Greetings, strange humans. We're gonna talk Marvel. We're just waiting for people to come in. And yeah, we're gonna talk Marvel movies of the past, not the MCU movies, not the shitty Disney MCU movies, but the more Paramount, the Universal, Sony, those type of movies, Marvel movies.
Yeah. Let's talk about the Hulk, innit? Oh,
Yeah.
the Hulks and that. Well,
Hi, Lurch.
Always beware of Biden and his touching. Always.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The link is in the chat there. Oh, God.
Yeah.
Biden. Real Hulk. Yeah, the real Hulk, 2003. Not the MCU Hulk. Or the Mark Ruffalo Hulk. Howard the Duck. Yeah, that's exactly.
Ruffalo is such a freaking douchebag.
Yeah, I agree there.
Yeah. Eric Bana for Hulk all the time. Every time. Howard the Duck. The old Captain America. I recently watched that, actually. The 90s one.
Oh, the one where you hear a doink every time he's throwing his shield.
I think so, yeah.
Yeah, and like
it was essentially
the Red Skull is like got a red yeah.
Where he goes back and like sees Peggy Carter. Actually, I think. I don't think she's called Peggy Carter in that show, though.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, God.
You're a good deadpan here, aren't I?
Oh, no. I'm kind of deadpanned, I guess, because I don't really... I wait for people to come in so I can have a conversation. I mean, I could be reviewing the movies right now and just reading off my script. But, people don't like me reading off a script, so I just go balls off the wall like I did last
I never
stream.
script stuff. I'm going to fuck up reading it anyways, and if I don't script it, I get more epic rants.
Yeah. Yeah, so what's your favourite Hulk then? Well, of the films.
Well, Lou counts as a film, I guess, because he made 2 films.
Yeah, true.
I would go to the old ones, honestly, but that's me.
Yeah, the Lou Ferrigno.
I would still pick Eric Bana.
Yeah, I quite like the scene where the dogs attacked him in that, and he's having to fight the dogs, and he just proper like rips them out.
There's another Biden account.
Oh no, there's several.
Yeah.
You think that's bad? I'm starting to get spoof names.
Yeah. I'm waiting for Speak and Spell CJ.
I have been picked up in the freaking Pixel Army with Ryan.
That's why I don't show my face on camera. Because I'm like, they're going to meme me someday.
Well, Ass Bitch Cuck hangs out in my channel, so what are you going to do?
Yeah.
Because trust me, once he's there, everybody's going to get it.
Yeah, Return Trial. I don't think I've seen Death of the Incredible Hulk, though.
Yeah.
I've seen Return and Trial, but I've never seen Death.
Yeah. I don't know if that's could be the one where Eric Banner sort of cures himself, but then I think he uncures himself. I don't know. Or it could be where he dies. But yeah.
I know they made a
great,
Doctor Strange movie in the 90s. Was it the 90s or the 70s?
I don't know. I thought, there was only like one Doctor Strange film that got made.
No,
but,
they made one back in the day.
Right, yeah, it must have been like a low budget because.
Yeah, it was definitely one of those TV movies.
Ah, yeah. Although some of them are good because I think like the Hulk films, some of them were like TV movies, and there've been a few other TV movies that have been good films and that.
Yeah. Death Hulk falls out of a blown plane. Really? That's the worst way for Hulk to die.
Yeah.
I don't know if you technically this would be DC, but Crisis they kind of ruined Smallville. So.
Well, I didn't really like Smallville much because it was Superman, but without Superman.
So that's DC. So I don't know. I can talk all superheroes if they want, but like I said, it's up to the subscribers. I do things for them.
Yeah, I think we've got some Hulk fans though, because I used to love because I think I didn't even bother watching what David Banner was doing. I just used when I was a kid. I just used to wait until like I saw his eyes give the old doo, and it got turned white and that, and the shirt starts ripping, and it's like, oh yeah, gonna see some Hulk kicking ass stuff.
Yeah. I don't know what your thoughts on. Well, I don't know. MCU doesn't really consider Edward Norton as MCU in a weird way. So.
Yeah,
I'm not gonna keel over. I'm gonna fall asleep. There's a difference. But apparently, according to the guys on my stream earlier, when I fall asleep on stream, I still cuss at the stories we're reading. So.
Oh yeah, I saw that. Obi-Wan vlog. I love his little avatar that he has. I think I've said that like multiple times. See if we can get some more people. The link is in the chat if like Lurch wants to come on or.
Come on in. The water's bitchy. I mean.
Yes, so CJ.
Don't make us angry. You wouldn't like us when we're angry.
Yeah. Look, I may be half asleep, but I can still kill.
Yeah, I was gonna say, what did you think to the Hulk where the did the stretchy purple pants, which made it more believable that when the Hulk does turn big, at least he's still got some pants on.
Look, I am kind of biased to dark purple, both for women and men, because it's the color of royalty and mythology and history.
Yeah, I like it, me. One of my favorite colors.
I'm completely good with that as long as they don't do like the pale SJW purples.
No.
Oh God.
Yeah, the pastel. Yeah. But yeah, do you think they're going to make another Hulk But will we then sooner
Another
out?
Hulk. Well, they're making She-Hulk,
Yeah,
and that's
yeah.
MCU.
Yeah.
And Darth Jiggles
'Cause-
hates She-Hulk. But
I don't.
think
I'm not a
the-
fan of making a female version of any of the characters,
Yeah.
even if it's.
but it's like,
Let me finish. Even if it is its own version, they're not just copying and taking the same story exactly. I don't like just adding new ones and new ones and new
Yeah.
ones. If you're going to
I
create
get
these
that.
female characters, I want them to be their own unique idea, not just another version of a man's one.
Yeah, I think the
Yeah,
idea was that she was just his cousin, and
Yeah,
it's always like
needed to
that,
save
isn't
her.
it?
It was a very flimsy storyline, and it really
Yeah.
was part of the 70s girl power movement.
You
So,
know, yeah, I always found though that in the superheroes, when a female character of that superhero, they'll always be related. There'll always be like some kind of, oh yeah, she's your first sort of sister's cousin or whatever, and they're all right.
hey, cuz, right? Because apparently being cousins with a superhero makes me a superhero. And I'm just going to basically rip off his costume idea and act like a female version of him.
Yeah, but only better.
Ideas.
While also being a ripoff of Daredevil.
Because, why should we come up with a whole new idea when I could just rip off somebody else's?
Yeah.
Okay, there's my cynicism.
Yeah. Well, you're right though, because there is that sort of where it's like making a female Porsche or whatever, or a female car.
How is Lurch doing?
Oh, I'm doing fine. I still haven't gotten the headset, so it's going to have that terrible echo effect still.
Yeah, that's fine.
I was going to get one today, but then I got in a car wreck, so I just went home.
Oh, really?
I mean, not a real, it wasn't. It was just a little. I just bumped the car ever so slightly. It didn't even chip their paint, but it was enough to where I'm like, I just got a couple of things and went home, but I was supposed to look for a headset and I didn't do that.
Just a fender bender.
Yep, literally. Except it wasn't on the. They call it a fender bender no matter where you hit them, but yeah, it wasn't anywhere near their fender. It was actually, I basically was backing out of a parking because I pulled into a parking spot that was a really tight spot, and then I blocked the guy in there, and so he gave me a funny look, and so I decided to be nice, but I just threw it in gear and forgot to turn my wheels, so I just bumped him on my way out. It was terrible. Anyway, I'm sure it will turn into nothing. He didn't seem to care. It wasn't even his vehicle; it was a company vehicle. So I'm insured. I'm not worried about it. It's life.
Oh, this is great American spirit. It's not a car, so fuck it. Somebody will take care of it. I'm just being a smart ass. I'm just trying to stay awake.
Yeah, I'm gonna say the insurance companies love it.
Fuck it.
But yeah,
that's the thing is I'm not worried about it at all. It just could have turned into a bad thing. Oh, hello, Thomas.
So, what are your thoughts on the old Marvel movies?
Mine? I was voicing most of them in the chat, but yeah, I like the old Marvel ones, and I haven't really followed the MCU at all, really. I mean, I followed it a little bit here and there, but no, I mean, for me, the Hulk existed when I was a kid. I used to go to Universal Studios all the time, ride the new Hulk rides, buy all the merchandise. Hulk was an old thing for me. It's like, that's really the sulk, as I call him. Kind of the soy Hulk. He can control himself now. He's not really an angry, belligerent person at all. The original story of the Hulk was sad and deep. Like, he had created this monster that ruined his life, and he couldn't get rid of it.
That's why I like the 2003 one, because it's like the Jekyll and Hyde story, and they adapt the story from the comics about his father and all that. And I always liked that idea. Where he's full of trauma, and that's why he became the Hulk, other than the gamma radiation.
Yeah,
but Hulk was already there. the gamma radiation just unleashed what was already there.
Yeah, because like the Lou Ferrigno one, it was where he couldn't lift the car that had crashed with his wife in, and he wanted to get his roids, wasn't it?
Which is the original. That's the original Bruce Banner backstory. Is that he because it was basing on itself off the idea. Okay, because that's a real thing. You might get in a life or death scenario and be able to lift something that you could never normally lift. And he wondered, and he's supposed to be upset with himself because he couldn't save his wife. So yeah, then he starts experimenting and creates the Hulk by mistake.
Yeah. Which they kind of adapted the experiment thing in the 2008 Hulk. With Edward Norton.
I wanted to come be a part of this, but I don't think I should stay.
I don't know, if you don't feel up for it, you don't.
It's up to you.
Yeah, it's up to you.
You could just chill out and if you wanted.
Oh, I haven't hardly slept in about 2.5 weeks, so.
All right.
Yeah.
You started hallucinating.
That's what happens when medical stuff really hurts and it flares at night. You don't get sleep. And you don't get sleep. And you don't get sleep.
Yeah, sleep deprivation, it's dangerous.
And I'm going to sign off.
All right.
Hey,
all right. Have a good night.
Yeah. Have a good night. Yeah.
So yeah, I wasn't expecting you to stream. I just noticed this stream and then popped into the comment section. And then you were saying you were basically inviting people on this one because I noticed you didn't have as many people for tonight. But yeah, I suspect that stream last night will be the highest viewed stream. Like, the one that was on the night before with just the ridiculous that was so funny. Everybody just went full pervert.
Yeah. I know, it was like, what? Completely off the rails. It was like I lost control of the stream.
I noticed that you were just muted for hours. You just stayed on mute.
Yeah. And then one time there was like power outage, so I kind of dropped out.
Oh, is that what happened? I didn't. Yeah.
Yeah,
didn't
that's what happened.
Yeah, but you're pretty good at letting people talk and that, and let the conversation flow.
Yeah, it's definitely something I tried my best to like. I allow others just to speak, I guess, versus because I know a lot of people are like they don't want to hear CJ. They don't want to hear him say words. But she has a channel.
Yeah, Darth Jiggles has a channel. I can't apparently check the chat, or I'd put it in the chat, but I can put it in the comments after we're done streaming.
Yeah, because Darth Jiggles' channel's called Rosetta. I forget the second one. Yeah, it's Rosetta anyway. It's not Darth Jiggles. That's just a candle.
Yeah,
her channel's name is Rosetta Allen, I think.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah.
I don't know if you've ever watched the Ghost Rider movies. What are your thoughts on those?
Yeah, I liked them. I thought that was all right. Effects was good in that. The second one went a bit crazy, but yeah.
Are you talking about the one where his dad was responsible for that whole meltdown at the early one from the one from the early 2000s.
Oh, back with the Hulk talk? Yeah, 2003. Yeah, where his father was trying to, and then he ended up killing his own mother, and then all that. It was basically taken from the comics storyline from I think the 80s. Although they renamed him to be David Banner, which was like a homage to the TV show.
Yeah. Yeah, I started watching that anime you were talking about, gents. It looks pretty cool.
Yeah. It's drawn very well. There's some drawings that can be a bit sort of rushed a bit because I have not noticed. Like I don't know if it was time or something, but there is some drawings that are like rushed, and you can tell it's the rush because they haven't even bothered colour them in, sort of thing. But most of it is good.
Yeah, definitely. I know what you mean. It definitely doesn't suffer from poor animation in any sense of the word. It reminds me of the older anime, some of the ones from the 90s and early 2000s, because they changed up a little bit the way animes are made a little bit, just a tiny bit. I mean, it's still anime, but they don't like I noticed it's got that beginning narration that all the old animes used to have.
Yeah, well, have you ever heard of an animation called I think Bebop Cowboy?
Bebop Cowboys. Cowboy Bebop, yes.
Cowboy Bebop, yeah. I think it's because like I think it was in that. Do you remember the black sort of cowboy dude, and then there was this sort of like bed with just a waistcoat on, sort of thing, but it was cartoon sort of thing. And they're doing like wanted posters, or they're the sort of like crime watch sort of thingy. If you remember that, well, them two characters are in that Kenjin Ashui as sort of like commentators. I've noticed like they look very similar. So I think it could be the same writers that did.
Yeah, it's definitely similar to things. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Things like Cowboy Bebop, Yu Yu Hakusho, the older ones that had that style of animation.
Yeah, and Space Dandy. That was pretty good. If ever seen that. Space Dandy. They used to say, but it was like a Japanese one. Pretty good though. It was a mad comedy where it was in space and that, and he had like a little robot and a sort of like alien cat friend.
Yeah.
It sounds what you're talking about sounds familiar, but I don't know that I ever watched it for any period. That I don't know, kind of sounds familiar, but Space Dundee, you said, sounds familiar, but I don't know if I watched it a ton. Because like the other ones you're talking about, I watched the hell out of them. So.
Yeah, like One Punch Man and all that. That's good. I like that because it's like a comedy in that.
Yeah. I got 202
I'm sure they'll have it on
subs.
like either Go Anime or Ion Anime. I can look for it if they don't have it on Netflix or whatever.
Oh yeah, it's on Netflix because like Netflix they've got a pretty good selection of like manga sort of type and anime.
Yeah, I now have 202 subscribers, so that's pretty awesome.
Hey, yeah, go on. At the 200 mark, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah,
I
noticed
see.
Congrats, bud. You're growing really fast.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Pretty impressive.
Yeah. They all like the Star Wars and
Yeah.
Marvel and DC talk.
Everybody's all over on Thomas Gilkey's channel. I just noticed. So
Right.
that's yeah. I I definitely won't go for like 5 hours again, but I could probably go for like 3 hours maybe. If you want to talk a little bit of Marvel and
Okay.
stuff. Or whatever is on your mind, I guess.
Well, yeah, I mean, I guess let's talk about the whole, She-Hulk thing, and the whole MCU may as well. Seems to be a topic that people still think is relevant, but yeah, everybody's becoming the female version. They're done with all the main characters. They're just gonna basically ruin what already exists of the MCU, because some things about it were pretty cool, but then they basically thrown all those away. And then, I mean, Brie Larson's still going to be a face for Marvel for the foreseeable future, even though it's a terrible film. And honestly, I don't think anybody's going to like it. Once better films like Wonder Woman, 1994 come out, because like that's going to be a way better one that's also set in the past, because I guess Captain Marvel had like a ton of mistakes in it. Like nothing about the time period is actually that immersive when actually held up to.
Yeah.
Well, I think even the post credit is contradicted in Endgame. The post credit scene.
Captain Marvel, it won an award, didn't it, for the most mistakes of like 50 odd, 57 or something, 59.
Yeah, exactly. It won the award for like most mistakes in a film for what was it? 2019 or 2018. Can't remember which year it came out, but yeah. It basically had over almost 60 mistakes or whatever that they could find that were pretty simple. Basically, some of the computers were running OSs that didn't exist, or they're using the wrong links to get to websites, like because there was more than just putting in .com in the beginning. You also had to go in like more depth about what sites, and so like a lot of it was interesting. You can watch other people's videos on it, but they basically go in depth about all the things that are wrong and not correct for the time period. Definitely interesting.
No, there's a lot of films that like hadn't been released on video that they had in, just so like like with the Nirvana song that like was released before, like or after Carol Danvers like left sort of Earth.
Or like the people walking out of Return of the Jedi and saying, I told you Empire was better. It's just like, oh my God, that's stupid, because that is an opinion people in my generation had. Years later, people thought of Empire as better than Jedi, but when Jedi came out, it actually grossed more than Empire. More people went and saw it. So it's like, it's just terribly historically inaccurate in that sense in terms of a film. It's like nobody walked out of the theater thinking Empire was better. That was a hindsight thing.
Yeah, I think the thing with Empire Strikes Back, it got so much of a bad sort of review because there was people that was expecting a happy ending, and because in them days you won't really, like with the internet now, everyone knows. Oh yeah, there's a film getting made like 2 or 3 years down the line. But in them days, you didn't really know unless like you was told. So like there were some people probably didn't know they were going to make a third one and thought it ended like that. And I think that the people that said they didn't like Empire Strikes Back was probably because they thought, oh, it's like they saw it as like a one-off film instead of seeing it as like a sort of like just over halfway through a film.
Yeah, I mean, Empire was loved when it came out. It was definitely, I mean, it had all the moments, that's when you have the iconic lines that were parodied to hell and back. I am your father. I mean, that's where that whole thing, and nobody saw that coming except those people who apparently ruined it for themselves by reading the novelization, which George released before the films back then. With the prequels, he started coming out with them after. That was what was kind of cool.
Yeah. we're down to one person watching.
Bummer.
Yeah.
Gee.
Yeah. But yeah, like you said, like last night's stream was probably the most popular one. But that being said, it was like shared around, so that kind of helped a little bit.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. It had so many people on that stream, and yeah, it was just a hilarious stream.
Yeah.
And then yeah, with Bear Nerd Fun or Bear Nerd Fun, and then author Stephen Walton, you're more likely to get a crowd that you wouldn't normally get visiting your channel, and I'm assuming that's what a lot of your new subs came from.
Exactly. But yeah. What do you think of the Ghostbusters? I know you weren't able to pipe into that conversation yesterday, but what's your thoughts?
And for Ghostbusters, I think that Ghostbusters has just ran its course. I mean, I'm glad they're trying to rectify Ghostbusters
Yeah.
2016, which is literally a meme. It was so bad. Is this going to be the next Ghostbusters 2016? I mean, like it became an internet meme.
Yeah. I think it kind of, I don't know, like the new one seems too serious. Like the originals were low budget and they're like comedy movies. But this one seems like they're trying to take it too seriously.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
definitely agree. I think that, yeah, if they just kept it with that same cartoonish, childish fun that the originals have, that because there's actually two of them, and the first one's infinitely better than the second one, but the second one still feels like the same kind of movie. Whereas, yeah, Ghostbusters 2016, most of the reason I think 2016 one flopped was just because it was so woke, and that shit does not sell. There
Well,
was
that
never
too,
any
and it was
statistics
pretty
to
bad.
suggest that it does. They're doing it for political reasons.
Yeah. But it was also like a pretty bad film overall. Like the jokes fell flat, and
Oh yeah,
Big
it's terrible. Like they're trying to be funny and they're just not funny at all.
yeah.
Whereas
Even if
the
it was
original
like
cast was all
male
comedians
leads, it would kind of. Even if it was male leads, I think with the same script, it would still suck.
Yeah. Well, I think it was in it. Thor and that, and he like proper like.
It was probably the funniest part of the thing, but that was about it.
Yeah, I thought that the way
yeah,
that
I
they
agree.
treated.
I think that it wouldn't have, with how poorly written it was. I partially blame the director also because apparently he was just sitting there laughing at the whole thing the whole time, so he just thought it was really funny. But nobody else thought they were funny.
Yeah, I think there was a proper lot of blowing smoke up each other's asses on that set. Oh, this is real good.
I agree with your analogy, sir.
Because yeah, the like shot in a cost them a bit to reshoot it and that. And Dan Aykroyd apparently, when they was making it, said to him like, "Well, you're going to need to do these certain scenes for the story," and they said, "No, we can do without them scenes." But then they didn't, and he was on some Good Morning America, I think, program, and saying like, "Yeah, the proper like." Could have saved themselves a bit of money if they'd listened to Dan Aykroyd and that before they'd have gone filming it.
Yeah, I agree.
Definitely, I agree.
But they're definitely doing it right this time. I mean, doing the whole passing down the torch idea is pretty much what I wanted for the original. For the 2016 one. I wanted that whole idea where it's just their basically offspring. They could, if they wanted to push the whole daughter, the female empowerment, however, they could just made them the daughters, but that's my opinion on it anyway.
Yeah.
Oh, hey, Ruthie. The link is in the chat if you want to. Good lord. uh,
Oh gosh, we might get another visit from a parody account.
oh yeah, salty. Yeah, the very first link is the
Yeah.
link to
It's the
jump
first
on.
link,
So,
not StreamYard. The very first
yeah,
link in the comment section.
yeah,
Yeah. So you got like go in the comment sections and like scroll it sort of like upwards sort of thing and get right to the end, and that's like where it is, isn't it? Because
yeah.
But yeah, we all know that the sequel trilogy should have been something adapted off of Dark Empire. If that's what you were talking about earlier, I think that's what you're talking about, right? What you were just saying with.
Oh yeah, I
yeah,
think so. At this point, I'm like, I have no clue. But back to the whole Marvel thing and the Hulk. Yeah, it's like,
Now we're back on topic.
yeah, back on the topic. You were saying that, like, which one was your favorite of all the actors that played them?
Yeah, I was asking which one was your favorite. Like some people, I guess, might like the original one from the '80s that was kind of corny, but my favorite was when they first brought it to CGI. Yeah, the one in like 2003 or whatever.
Yeah, the Eric Bana
yeah.
Hulk.
Yeah, exactly. That one was pretty cool. Unfortunately, its sequel kind of let it down.
Yeah.
Well,
It was more of a reboot, soft
yeah.
reboot sequel. I mean, it opened up where the last one ended, but it contradicted the first one, so it was really weird that way.
Yeah, I know what you mean. Where he's like, running around Somalia or whatever. No, he's in. He's supposed to be in like South America, so he's like down in Brazil or something like that, Peru.
Yeah. Which is where the first one ended. But they have the whole intro, so it's completely different origin. So it's like really weird that way.
Yeah, definitely. I agree. I mean, it's just bizarre to do that, but it's like I wasn't. Marvel was always weird like that because they were constantly trying to figure out what they were going to do with the Hulk, basically. Because like, I mean, many people have owned the rights to it. Universal used to own it before Disney, and then originally it was just a Marvel property, which Marvel was its own thing. It was just a comic book. And then had cartoons. So it's like, yeah, with that, I think they were just experimenting with what they wanted for the live adaptation Hulk. I just think that they had it better before than what they went to with the MCU because I don't like what the Hulk even looks like in the MCU. He looks cartoonishly green, and then like he's just way too green. And then, like I said, he's sulked because he has way too much emotion in his face, other than anger and hate, which is the only emotions he ever had. It's like, anyway, just him being able to get the whole thing stuck. It's like just ruined to me, in my opinion. Obviously, everybody has their own opinion, but I just think it's dumb to give Hulk control like that. It's like, because he can't have control. He's Hulk. It's a completely rampant state. In the original, that it was like some subconscious that exists in all of us, allegedly. Like that's man before man became man.
Yeah, exactly.
Like that bit with the Hulk in Ragnarok where he follows Thor down to the I don't know if it's a plane or a spaceship or some kind of craft anyway that they want to get out on, and the Hulk sees like Black Widow saying "come back, come back," and then he's all like gets emotional, like, oh, it starts like that. I thought, yeah, it did look like a child that's like
Hey, Ruthie.
been.
Hi. Hello, everyone.
Hello
Hi.
there.
What are we
So,
talking
yeah.
about?
We're just talking. We're talking about old movies of the
Oh, cool.
Marvel past, I guess, like the
Oh,
Hulk
okay.
and stuff.
Oh, okay. That's cool.
So yeah,
Yeah, like the old.
who's your favorite Hulk?
Well, when I was little, the original movie series, I don't know, I'm not good with names, but and then I like the
Ringo.
newer in the new MCU, I like the not the first, not the second guy. I mean, Ruffalo, and he's good, but the first one, what was his name? He came out in
Eric Bana?
Eric Banner. Yeah.
Or no,
no, he came out
Edward
in American
Norton.
X. Yeah, him. He came out in American X. Yeah, that actor. He was good.
Yeah.
He was really good as him. I don't know why they didn't keep him, but yeah, I liked his version of Hulk.
Eric Norton,
Because
he's
in
well.
industry, and it's possible that guy moved on. You'd have to look into it, but yeah, maybe he wasn't getting paid enough, or maybe they told him to get lost because somebody else was cheaper.
Yeah,
Oh,
well,
okay.
The thing with Eric Norton and all, he's well known for being a bit of a diva or a bit of a method actor.
Yeah, he likes changing the scripts, is what he does.
So he was like behind the scenes. He wanted to do his own thing. He was hard to work with. Basically.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Oh, okay, yeah, I can see that. I mean, you have to be a team
He
player.
wanted the
especially
more
with those
serious.
Kind of
Yeah, he wanted the more like Nolan type story with sort of like the Dark Knight trilogy.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, because have you seen that film Birdman with?
Hey, Shellback. Good to see you.
Hey, Shellback.
Hey,
We're
Shellback
hail to the Phantom Menace.
Are hopping on streams. Oh, Shellback. We
Yeah.
were together in another one.
I'm stalking you, Ruthie.
Awesome. I love stalkers. Thanks. No, just kidding.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'm not big on the Marvel. I know the new stuff, but like the original, no. DC, I am. My favorite superhero is Wonder Woman, and also Harley Quinn. Those two I know pretty well.
Okay, so you're a
CW
DC fan. That's why.
Huh?
Yeah.
What's your thoughts on the whole CW crisis story?
I'm sorry, you guys are breaking out. Can you repeat that a little louder?
Oh, sorry. Yeah, what are your thoughts on the whole CW crisis story?
What
sorry, I can't hear nothing. Go ahead, you guys
talk
amongst
with
yourselves.
Batwoman
Let me try to fix my audio. Sorry.
Yeah.
Is that the one with Batwoman and Supergirl and well,
with like Brandon Routh as Superman and Tom come back as Smallville Superman and although they kind of Ryan Johnsoned him in that show, so
well, I have been watching any of that, but one of my mates was saying the reason why he watches Supergirl and Batwoman is because this CW is some war or some disasters going on.
Oh, I don't watch that at all. Batwoman, I saw a little bit of it. I think it's bad. It's not even worth watching. You know?
No,
Supergirl, I used to watch it, but I stopped. I think I watched the first season. It was okay.
Yeah. Well, apparently it started getting proper social justice, and now Supergirl don't even wear a skirt no more.
Oh, I heard about that. I think, you know what? As a female, a lot of women are like, "Oh, that's not cool." I like the skirt. You know, I think they should just keep to the original. You know, there's nothing wrong. I see a lot of people complain about the comics that the women are too busty. The women, you know, it's a man's image. Hello, it's a woman's image too. How many women go and get their boobies done and get their butts done. Women want to look like that too. Me, on the other case, I'm blessed with both, and I'm not ashamed to say it. But I can relate. Like, I honestly think that men are the ones who are writing the script. So why are women complaining when the men are the ones doing it? A man sees a woman how he wants a woman to look like. You know, big tits, big ass. Hey, why not? Women want that too.
So
I don't know what they're complaining about.
Yeah, I was gonna say, look, they haven't got that bigger tits. It's just that, like, athletic women.
Views.
No, but athletic women, like, if they need to like build a bit of muscle, they're going to have a bit of a chest, unless like they're really like weightlifting and taking steroids and that. But you know, like.
If you're well proportioned and you know you carry it well, whatever you want to say, who the hell cares, you know?
Yeah.
Even if you're not, I mean, look at Daisy Ridley. She got ridiculed for being not that busty, and also Gal Gadot. You know, she's too skinny. They're beautiful women. They look great, and it's body shaming. I've seen big girls too, like those supermodels, those big size supermodels. They're beautiful, but no one says nothing about them. I mean, if you
Ashley Graham,
you get in trouble. Yeah, I mean, it doesn't matter what. I mean, a female's gonna look like she's gonna look, and the guys are attracted to all kinds of females. Believe me, and you know, so why are women? Not women. People just need to stop being so politically correct. Just enjoy. If you don't like it, then don't watch it or don't read it. You know, I don't see the big deal about that. I mean, men are gonna have their vision of how they see women.
Yeah, well, how they see it is you're making women get body shamed in not having a great body like that. But it's same for men. It's like Superman and Batman and like everyone.
You know anybody that looks like Superman? I don't.
Honestly, as a female,
it's unrealistic.
I keep saying as a female. I mean, since I'm the only female here, when I look at a guy, I really don't. I mean, I see if he's good looking, but when I look at him, it's more emotional. I think for women, like we look at how they treat us. We look at how they can benefit us, like we can benefit them. You know how it all has to do with it's nature. You're just gonna be attracted to who you're attracted to, and the guys I've been with, like dated and stuff, they've never been like that. You know, I've never been attracted to like the sexy I've been more attracted to like military men or guys that I've been around. You're more attracted to your environment. That's the truth. And the kind of guys that, you know, they don't have to be a certain type. I don't look at Superman and go, "Whoa, Superman's hot." Yeah, he is hot, but I know, like, I'm not
it takes more than
after a guy like that, you know. Guys like
it takes more than a buff chest and a six pack for a woman to fall in love. With a dude.
Exactly, it takes way more. Yeah. With
a dude, there's probably plenty of marriages that's gone on just because she's got a nice rack.
You can find plenty of videos online, even here on YouTube, of like women at like say like a Chippendale show or like the Thunder Down Under, something like that.
Yeah,
dude, those chicks are freaking savage.
Yeah,
it's like, wait a minute, hold on. I mean, it's like, you got women freaking, falling over themselves and beating each other down, for these male strippers, but yet it's sexist and misogynist when we want the same thing.
Yeah, well, there was one case of one dude said
Welcome to the double standard of SJWs.
Yeah.
Well, just remember, we don't all think like that. Us, some of the women in the feminists love our men. Okay, we defend you.
And that's why we love you.
Well, there was one stripper dude. He got cornered and scratched like fuck out of him by like these women trying to rip his pants or whatever. And if it'd been the other way around, if a woman had been cornered by a few blokes and got hair colored ribs. You know, it'd be like,
they'd be in jail.
yeah, God, therefore, yeah, but yeah,
Yeah, you really, it just, I don't see the, I know there's women who are victims of like crimes and stuff, but a lot of women that I see like, in the news, some of them, I honestly don't think every single case is legit. I think in the United States, that's why we have a court process. Prove it until guilty, And now you can just say if a guy looks at a girl a certain way, automatically, he's guilty. And that's just the culture we live in now. And that's not fair, because that ruins it for all guys. You know what I mean? As women, women of my age, we have to think more independently. You know what I mean? We type every guy the same way of a old relationship. You got to treat everyone. You have to treat men how they are individually. You can't treat them all in the same way. Like you guys are saying, if you guys do anything, boom, you automatically everyone starts shitting on men. And the ones who are doing it are usually women that are not in good relationships with men that you see this. You know what I mean?
Well,
all
you
these
guys-
SJWs are women who just hate on men for any little reason. And I see it all the time on Mara's page on Twitter. I see it all the time everywhere, and it's ridiculous. Like, these women need to get laid or, need to get a life. I don't know.
Well, you guys heard about that interview or whatever it was with Henry Cavill, right?
Yeah.
Oh, that was awesome. That was a good
how he's like, I'm just because of the whole Me Too thing. He's like, I'm just gonna not. It's like, it's and this, you're talking about like, one of the most freaking handsome dudes on the planet,
no
saying
shit,
that,
he is
I'm,
hot.
he's like, I'm not, I'm just not, because
well, too scared. And
Keanu
then
Reeves.
Yeah. He's another one sort of thing. When he takes pictures, he doesn't
his hands.
Yeah. Well, beside blaming Henry Cavill, saying, "Oh, you're making like women look bad and that," but it's like, well, he's just saying the truth, sort of thing. He's not saying all women will do it. He's just saying he don't want to be in certain situations just in case a woman does that. Because I would say if he came out and went, no, I'm not dating women because every single one of them will definitely try and put me on a Me Too charge, then you'd be like, whoa, calm down. But he didn't. He said, I don't want to go just in case one of them does do a Me Too on him.
The Me Too movement is definitely a reason to like legalize prostitution.
Oh my god!
Yeah.
I don't. What? No. You're so crazy.
Hey, back in the day,
it's already legal in it's illegal in Nevada outside of Las Vegas. They have all sorts of businesses. It's a private business industry.
Ruthie, once upon a time, every town in this country had three things: a general store, a church,
a prostitute,
and a whorehouse.
Well.
Yeah, things were awesome.
I don't think it would stop some men though, or women for that case, because they don't talk about the women that's like probably gropes other women and men. Because I never had any cases, but it's just one of the things where I think it's because they're like seeing if they got some power over that, I think, and so. And
a lot of these women do it on purpose. They're gonna look for rich guys and I've seen it on TV. They actually go out there and act like all this. They act like they like you. They do, but these women are vicious. Some of the women that go after these actors or people with money, or people in their company that they know they can get money off, they're vicious. They'll go after them. They'll dress sexy. They'll look cute, and they'll do whatever it is. And once they fall, because guys will fall, guys for titties and ass will do anything. They will fall. When they fall, they're gonna fall hard. And what happens? They ruin their career. So guys definitely need to. When he's saying that in the interview, he knows you can't trust a woman. You got to know a woman really well, and I mean really well. Like if you're in that position, to move on with her, because any like hoochie or groupie or even though women with educations, they're smart too. They're gonna do that. They're gonna try to make that easy money and play the victim. I know. I watch TV all the time. This stuff happens, and I see it at work. I've seen harassment things at my job. And with doctors too, they get them, and it goes. And I've seen cases where guys are doing it too.
Yeah.
So
is it just me? Is it just me, or is it as long as it's working for them, it's fine? But when it stops working for them, that's when they're like, oh, they did this and that,
Yep. I agree with you. Yep. Because that's how women are. I mean, women can be the most vicious bitches out there.
You don't have to tell me, sweetheart. I've been married twice. I know.
It's rare to find. It's rare to find a really good woman. I'm not saying nothing that I'm perfect, but I'm not a bad woman. But when I get pissed, believe me, a man will know. Yeah. That's why I'm saying women can be vicious when they want stuff. So
you women folk can be definitely be more vicious and vindictive than any man I've ever met. That's all I'm gonna say.
Yeah, but you see, we're not men. Stop looking for women in those whorehouses, and you won't have such a big.
I'm not looking for. I'm not looking for a wife in those places. Come on now.
I'm just kidding.
I mean, I might be a crusty old sailor, but I'm not retarded.
I know.
Yes, people. I said the R word. Deal with it.
Oh no.
Oh no. What do you identify as? No, just kidding.
Yeah.
That is so ridiculous. All those pronouns and stuff.
Yeah.
I don't. Oh my God, that is so crazy.
I have my pronouns.
Yeah.
I like to be known as he and man, or he man.
Yeah.
You're caveman.
What cracks me up is the people that are like, I have PTSD because people misgendered me too much. What?
That's a good one.
What?
Oh, that where I was gonna say that one where there was that some kind of meeting, and before the meeting even started, everyone was like, personal privilege,
right?
No clapping and all that.
Are you talking about that video footage of like a college communist freaking group or whatever? Yeah,
I saw that. That was funny.
Yeah, if you guys could like not be so loud, because loud noises trigger me and.
Yeah.
Oh my God, that was hilarious! I remember that. That was when they were in the meeting. That was so.
Yeah, I'm just thinking. Most of them are going to probably go see the Rise of Soy Walker.
Oh, and Biden, just for the record, I've only been to one brothel in my life. Okay, one.
One.
Oh my God, one's enough, you bad man. No, just kidding. You bad boy. You're in the military. Of course, you don't lie. You've been to 1,000 of them. You just walk down the street and
No, I have not. I have not.
Whatever. That's what my ex said too. That's why he's my ex. So.
Well, in some places it's legal, because like in Amsterdam.
Yeah.
Yeah. There's loads of people that just go over to Amsterdam, don't they, for the prostitute and
Just
weed.
to prove you wrong, Ruthie. Okay, we had stopped in Korea, right? And freaking Busan, South Korea, right? It's like the armpit of Asia, I swear to God. But anyway, there's for some reason a lot of Russian women came there to work in the that type of field, and bless their hearts, but I mean I don't know what parts of Russia they were from, but they needed to go back because damn, okay, it's like, yeah, these women were like not attractive at all.
Could have been dudes.
And maybe I don't know. I didn't get close enough for a gender check. But yeah, no, I was actually
I live in.
Yeah. I was actually a pretty good boy around the world, but anyway.
Well, where I live here in San Diego, Tijuana's next door, and Mexico's famous for that. Yeah. And I remember all the military guys on the weekends, because when you're 16, that's what you run across the border because you can drink and stuff and you can lie. So I used to go across the border and party all the time. And when I would go down there, all the guys would go to this place called Hong Kong. It's a place where there's strippers and prostitutes and stuff. And when I turned 18, I told my brother I'm gonna go down there with two of my girlfriends and we're gonna just go party. And he's all, make sure you go to Hong Kong Chinese food. And I'm like, oh, okay, cool. So we cross the border and we get on the cab and we tell the guy, hey, we want to go to Hong Kong. And he's like, are you going to be working there? And I'm like, no, we're going to go eat. And he's like, are you sure about that? I'm like, yeah, let's go. So he dropped us off there. We go inside. It's a nice place. We're sitting there. And the guy just looks at us. He's like, ladies, can I help you? I'm like, yeah, we're here to eat Chinese food. And he's like, no, this is a prostitution place. I was like, oh, shit. I didn't know that. So when I see my brother, I'm like, what the hell? Why did you send me there? He's like, I didn't know your dumbass was going to end up going there. And but when we got there, all I saw was military guys. Like, you guys, like, that's all you guys do is, like, go to places and hook up with women from other countries. That's what I used to think. And I know, but back then, that's what most women think.
I went to TJ once. I went to TJ once, and I was not impressed. And what's funny though is like it's a good thing we had like one or two guys in the group that actually was somewhat fluent in Spanish, because sure as shit, when we decided it was time to go back across the border, before we reached that little, before we reached that little bridge, two federales were like, hey, now come over here, and they made us empty out our pockets and stuff like that. And I had like one of those little I had one of those little keychain looking things that looked like a laser pointer, but it wasn't a laser pointer. And he's like, yeah, those are illegal. I'm gonna have to confiscate that. And I'm like, what? Really? Seriously? But yeah, no, they were just there to shake us down before we got back to our side of the border.
Yeah, was this like when, like in the 80s or 90s?
Late 90s.
Yeah, they don't do that no more. They're very because of cameras and stuff, they got busted. So they're trying to change the image of Tijuana. Actually, it's trying to look a little bit better. It's not that great, but it's okay. But you still have the street with all the prostitutes.
No, the live stream was originally about Hulk. Jack.
And will always be a shit.
Oh, I know. I'm sorry. How did we get into this?
It's not Jack.
I'm sorry.
No, it's not Jack. It's ass kicker of.
Yeah. As soon as we started talking about strip clubs, more people came on.
I'm sorry. We need to stop doing that. Every time I stream with you, I won't lie. Other things.
I won't lie. Seeing She-Hulk ride a pole would be A-okay with me.
Let's talk about strip clubs. I'm sorry, Jack. Aren't you bed and go to school.
Well,
That's
Jack
so
Productions,
bad.
you got to see another weird live stream.
Oh yeah. So the Hulk again. So what were we saying about the Hulk?
I don't know, but
We're talking about how the Hulk can't go to strip clubs because his
I
pulse
know.
would go too high and then he'd Hulk out. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, you just keep
I'm
getting
sorry
bigger
because
the
every
more
time
he
I
gets
come onto
angry.
his
So it's
stream,
like,
it turns really bad. Are you guys all YouTubers?
I have a
The guy with
channel started up sort of thing, but
cool.
I did a blue tack Baby Yoda.
Oh, okay. You attack Baby Yoda?
Not a do you know like the sort of plasticine stuff that you stick on posters to stick on the wall?
Yeah.
Yeah, we call that blue tack. I don't know if you call it a different word, but like I made because like I ain't got any plasticine because I should have really got some, but it was just that like I did it with blue tack because I had some because I've always got some for posters and that, and I made it and that, and it's like all right and that. In fact, I can show you it on camera and that.
Okay.
Right, just go get him in that.
All I know is Lurch needs to put a freaking avatar picture up because that like NPC freaking
basic
thingy
white.
is killing me.
into robots.
Or like
I don't know
looks
how to
like
put a picture up on it. Do I use? I assume I just have to put it up
no.
on
There's
screen.
a little thingy in the square in your
Okay, I just found it. Yeah, I just found it. Thank you.
yeah. It's like in the little bottom right corner of your square there.
Are you guys on Twitter? And Jess Peters?
Oh yeah, I am, but like I don't really Twitter much because I'll probably get kicked off it.
Oh, that's okay. I've been suspended a lot. It's not a big deal.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Jen's Petter does not sound like an English name.
No, what?
But that's definitely an English accent.
Oh yeah.
Oh, I thought you were from Australia.
No,
not enough of a twang for Australian. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a real nasally. Like if you hold your nose, like you speak more of an Australian accent in there. You know what I mean, mate? It's true.
Yeah, that sounds Australian.
Yeah. If you want to do an Australian accent, just like do a bit of a high pitch. So like, hey mate, how you doing? But then you hold your nose. Hey mate, how you doing?
Oh, okay. I like shrimp
Good
on
day,
a
mate.
bobby, baby. Hey, mate.
I have to say though, Australia is like one of my favorite countries. I've been to like Perth and Sydney twice, both twice, and like one time we were
I
there.
live in Sydney, Cape Breton.
Yeah.
Ironically, I live in Sydney, Cape Breton. So like the other Sydney.
Oh, you live in Sydney, Australia? That's cool.
No,
You're from
no,
Australia?
no,
You
no,
don't
no, no,
sound
no,
like you are.
no. I live in Sydney, Cape Breton, which is Canada.
Oh,
The
Canada.
others.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I have
Isn't
Canadian.
there a Sydney in BC?
No, it's Nova Scotia.
Oh, you're on the west side. No, you're on the east side.
I'm on
Canada.
the east coast. I'm on the east side.
My family's all the way up north Canada, near because my grandmother, she's from Iceland or Greenland. I don't know, somewhere over there, and that's where they migrated from to that part, like the north. There's like nothing there. They say. I don't know.
I can be in BC in like less than 3 hours probably.
I thought you were in the Midwest.
No, I'm from Missouri. I was born and raised in like southeast Missouri.
Where do you live?
That's what you're hearing when I talk is southeast Missouri.
No, I
but
only say that because you say you live near the swamp.
I did not. That was
Or you're
somebody
from the
else that
swamps.
said that.
Oh, okay. Where are you?
I'm like 26 miles northwest of Tacoma in Washington.
Oh my God, you're in Washington State? Are
Yeah.
you like serious?
I'm
Shit, you're from
I'm
the
like
East Coast. You're from California. Not California, but you're like near me. Yeah, that's cool. I thought you were like in the Midwest.
No, I'm like you know, a hop and a skip away from Immortal Coil, if you know who that is.
I know. I
can be.
I know where
my
I
husband
can
up
be
there.
at the Rookie Critic. I could be at his house in like 2.5 hours.
Oh, that's cool. I like your little Yoda. What is it?
Yeah. Made out of plasticine, and that's like a cardboard sort of bit at the bottom.
Oh my God, that is so cool. It looks just like the baby. Because there's some ugly baby Yoda that people pretty.
Yeah.
Oh, I want one. That's so cool.
Yeah, cheers.
That's nice. You did that yourself?
Yeah.
Yeah, I was gonna say there are no Baby Yoda toys yet. Hasbro has not produced any. So yeah, if you have one, you made it yourself.
There is one coming out for Walmart.
Yeah, they might get out.
Not a toy yet. It's a bobblehead or whatever they're called. Those little ones that everyone has. You know, the little figures, the pop things, whatever.
Oh
that one
yeah.
already came. Yeah, I work in the retail, so we get our catalog.
Oh, they're coming out with a Baby Yoda Funko Pop. You mean?
Yeah.
Yeah, the Go Pop one, and I think it was stupid for them to wait so long because I wanted one for Christmas. My niece wants one. They're so adorable.
I think it was
They should have at least made them.
I think it was you, CJ.
Well, where are all the Star Wars toys? There's no Star Wars toys, dude. I did a video on that on Twitter. Like I went, they have only like these stupid like legend stuff. I mean, I have already the Luke and stuff like that, but
we were not lying. Star Wars is dying. I mean, the toys don't sell. They shrink.
So, the toys are not there.
Somebody said something about me.
Yeah, I think it might have been you that I saw a video and you were like,
yeah, you did make a video. I saw your video too.
Pilfering through a toy section.
Oh yeah.
And they misspelled Skywalker, and like the only new stuff that they had was like I saw like maybe one Cara Dune figure or something.
Yeah, he did that, and so did Ryan Kennel. He did the Skywalker. They messed up the name. How the hell are you gonna mess up the name of a character from a company selling a toy? That's like Ryan Johnson and his lazy writing. Like, dude, oh my God, like, get shit right. This whole Disney is ridiculous with all the stuff they're doing. You know, that's embarrassing. How are you're gonna have a toy and you can't even spell the name right? Like, that looks bad for a company, I think, you know?
Yeah, because
it looked terrible. That's why he was laughing about it. It's not even, they never used to do typos and stuff.
Yeah.
I know. I mean, you would take your time. I mean, Hasbro has some cool toys, but like the Star Wars, they're probably, you know what? They're probably like, fuck it. They don't even sell. Let's just fuck them up. They're probably like, let's just make the mistake. No one's even going to notice because no one's going to buy this stuff.
Good.
I mean, I don't want those gold, you know, they had the gold trilogy. They do have some nice, the Black series is pretty nice that they have coming out with Star Wars. But the other stuff they're coming out with, I don't like it. Especially the oh God, I'm so tired. Sorry. The lightsabers, they look like crap. They're not even good. I paid $275 for mine, and no one touches that. That's like a rule. You don't touch Auntie Ruthie's lightsaber. You'll get smacked down. I know. Girls buy that stuff too. When I was little, I used to pretend I was Darth Maul. I did. I would paint my face. I don't know if I did with lipstick, and I would be with my brothers fighting them, and I always got my ass kicked, but I was still playing, you know. And this whole thing where girls don't enjoy Star Wars, that's bullshit. Yes, we do. We love Star Wars. That's why we're fans.
I mean, right? I mean, who else is gonna dress up in a Leia bikini? I mean, besides that one
Alex
dude.
Damon.
Yeah.
What? I didn't
Star
hear
Wars
that. What?
Explained.
Oh,
Star
God.
Wars Explained. You know that couple. Yeah.
Yeah, they blocked me.
She had him in a Leia bikini along
Oh,
with
yeah, she had him chained up.
what, like half a dozen other dudes or something. I mean, which I mean, you know, I mean,
Yeah.
I mean, if it works for them, you know, more power to them. But you know, I don't know.
You know, I don't mind that stuff, like, for kinky shit, but, like, I wouldn't post a picture of that. That's kind of embarrassing. I have the Phantom Menace version of it where they took everyone's head in the Phantom Menace and put it on the picture. That was pretty funny. I like that.
I mean, you know, if they were doing it for laughs, I mean, yeah, it was definitely funny, but
yeah,
I don't know. I mean, there's some of the things I've heard. I don't know. I wouldn't doubt that she makes him do that at home too.
Well, that's. I mean, that's
He
their relationship.
probably
They're
does.
into
We're
all
talking
that shit.
about they banned everybody in the Fandom Menace without even like the people didn't even know they were getting blocked by those people.
Yeah.
I never said a negative word to him.
I
and
got blocked, and I got blocked, and I used to praise that guy.
Yeah, Jack says that he's a beater, and I think he does sound like one. Anyone's getting like a Princess Leia slave bikini when you're a dude, you've got to be cops to do that. Unless you want to do that and you're just using your wife as an excuse. Oh yeah.
I wore the bikini when I was younger at a.
Yeah, no, you're a lass, aren't you?
Yeah. Damn it, where was I?
I did that when I was younger. I wore the bikini Leia outfit at a convention. Was it a convention? Oh no, it was a parade. And,
I think she really follows OJ on Twitter. You know, OJ Simpson.
Yeah.
Oh God, I blocked him. He's God, no.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, you should put a bikini on him. That would look funny. But yeah, I think all girls who like crossplay have done that, the bikini thing. I wouldn't make my boyfriend wear it though. That's kind of weird. Ew. I don't want my guy to look like me. You know, I want him to look like him. That's taking it a little too far.
Do you think she gets dressed up as Jabba the Hutt then? Or just like wears a green sleeping bag?
Well, no, but she did have
like literally reverse what is it? Reverse order bondage. Yeah, something weird.
She did have like the track suit or whatever with the ball cap that said Java on it.
Yeah. Well, yeah. This is all piecing together, this, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah. But you know what? It seems like he was having his channel and he met her, and then she probably was like, "Oh, I want attention too." So she took over everything. And that's why he's probably doing all this shit, because she's like, you know, the enforcer in the relationship. She's the one with the whip. He's whooped.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Yeah, that's what I was kind of hinting at, like a BDSM reverse role kind of thing. Anyway, but I didn't say it like that.
Yeah, because
I mean, you know, cuffs are one thing, but you know, when the whip comes out, no, I'm out. That's
yeah.
Really?
Well,
I thought you would like that.
Yeah. Well, it depends if it's like light and that, but if it's you're leaving big whip marks, and I had my back scratched once, and terrible.
I like how I'm getting called. I like how I'm getting called out by the guy who likes to sniff hair.
Ew! Who? Wait, who sniffs hair? Gross. Who does that?
Biden.
What? Biden.
Who?
Biden.
It's a play on words,
Yeah,
though,
Biden
because
30. I'm pretty sure that's the same as Biden Touch. I think it's just a different account.
Oh,
Probably.
okay. Biden, I don't know. That's
he,
funny.
he's like running for Democratic president or president election, and
Oh
he
God.
goes around sniffing like little girls' hair or anyone's hair,
Oh,
really.
Vice President Biden.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah, the reason
I was
why
like,
nobody
ugh.
ever dared touch
Oh, yeah.
Obama because he
That's
would have
funny.
become
Ew,
president.
That's gross.
Yeah.
I think that's why Obama made him his
Yeah,
vice, is because nobody dare touch Obama with him being vice.
Okay.
I mean, that would have been horrible.
Wait, watch as all the
Yeah.
viewers
So,
drop
yeah,
as
we
we
have to
talk
make sure this one
politics.
survives because, yeah, we don't want Biden. No.
Is he in the chat, Biden? Because there's a Biden that.
It could be. It could be. It could be.
Yeah. Yeah, because the other time that I was in the chat with Biden, and he was being kind of naughty with me, and I was being naughty back. He didn't leave me alone, and he follows me on Twitter. He's such a bad.
I don't know if it's the same guy, but I know when Biden touches around, I tell him to keep his hands to himself.
Yeah, so it's probably Biden. Yeah, that's funny. I on Twitter, fucking Kathleen Kennedy account showed up. It's so hilarious. And then and then Bob Iger showed up, and then
Look at it. You speak about them and they show up.
All of them. Yeah, and every time I see them, I put the graphene, I slap them like, "Shut up, go get me some coffee, bitch." I do that for Kathleen Kennedy. Oh my god, that's so funny. All these crazy
Maybe
accounts.
if you talk about Jeremy, he'll show up.
Right.
Oh, Jeremy's the one who started all these crazy accounts. All the Jeremy accounts. Oh my god,
Yeah.
that was hilarious.
Well, I
remember
was
when that started.
Speak of the devil, helpful Jeremy.
Yeah. Well, I
Helpful
was
Jeremy,
I was
go make me a
Hallmark.
sandwich, you bitch.
I was Hallmark
He's
Channel
always
Jeremy.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Are you still Hallmark Jeremy?
Well, I guess in spirit, the account doesn't exist anymore. I mean, unless I brought it back, but.
Oh, I'm Cardi B, Jeremy.
Yeah. Cardi B.
Yeah, I'm Cardi B, Jeremy. I'm the one who pops
that
up
thieving,
and
that
always sticks
thieving
my tongue
hoe.
out.
Cardi B is a thieving hoe.
So I don't care if it's a Jeremy account. How many
Freaking
hoes is there in the Jeremy account? There's a lot of them.
drugging, like getting guys like drugged or super drunk or whatever, and like.
That's when she was a stripper.
And robbing their
She's not a
wallets and
stripper
shit.
no more.
Well,
Well,
still.
I mean, that's I know, but I'm not saying I like Cardi
I
B.
watched her
I'm
on
just
a
saying
damn
because
video
it was
talk
funny.
about it, though. You know, she was like
Yeah,
bragging
like,
on that shit. I'm like,
no, someone asked her before she became famous. Someone said,
yeah.
"So what do you do for a living?" She's all, "I'm a hoe. I'm a stripper hoe." But she ain't ashamed to say it. So yeah, and she backwatered on that one when she said that she used to drug guys just to get their money, and then she would like flip out on them. I mean, leave. And she on Twitter she had to reply back to that. So I don't know. That's pop culture now. Now you can be a stripper hoe and be famous because that bitch is famous. Like she's
and boast
all
about
over.
ripping off your punters.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, like look at Cardi B.
Mm-hmm. Huh?
Like I said, yeah. Well, look at Cardi B. She was a stripper before she was a rapper, and that's the only. I mean, she can't rap at all. She sounds awful.
Yeah.
Oh
But
yeah,
that's who she was talking about.
Just the whole Cardi
Oh,
B
is that
thing,
who you were talking about? Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah, I saying
no, it's fine.
She was boasting about ripping off potential customers. So she wasn't even really
a stripper.
Yeah, yes. So she wasn't really a prostitute, or she didn't. She was like pretending to be, and then taking the money, and then like telling them to, as you said, get out.
Yeah. Well,
no, what she was
sounds like my girlfriend.
What she was
It's
doing
not
is
uncommon.
actually taking guys back to the hotel and trying to sleep with them, and then she would just rob them or drug them. Yeah, she's just straight out hoe. Yeah, she says it, so she must be. I
Yeah.
guess. You know.
Helpful
But then
Jeremy
again, when
says
people
when
call
he's
her a hoe,
elected
she gets mad.
president, he's gonna make helicopter a gender.
Yeah. And
I'm elected to president.
also
I'm going to make helicopters a gender.
Starfighter or what?
Is that all helicopters, or is that attack? Is that exclusively attack helicopter?
Helpful Jeremy. I don't know. Did you guys like the Wonder Woman?
Yeah, the Jeremy accounts are hilarious.
The Wonder Woman trailer?
Yeah, I thought it was
watched
all right.
Are you serious?
I haven't seen it
thought
yet.
It was just all right. I thought that was dope.
I thought
that
it was pretty
awesome.
I might not see it unless
yeah,
they
but
I liked
release
the
a
whole
Snyder Cut.
Tarzan Zeus thing swinging on lightning bolts, and then there were some cool scenes in the trailer.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I love the
yeah.
music. I thought the music was awesome.
Yeah.
Well, Snyder isn't connected to this one, I don't think.
What about Ghostbusters?
I felt like it was too big budget. Like it should be smaller budget, honestly.
What about Black Widow?
I like how the kids got in the damn car and are mobbing through the field and stuff.
Well, I think it's gonna be better than Ghostbusters 16. I finally saw that today.
Anything.
Oh, dude,
Turd is better than Ghostbusters 2006.
Anything is better than Ghostbusters 2016.
I
That was
could,
a meme
I could
of
do
awful.
I could do a better version by
probably
just buying some kid pack, proton pack things from toy shop.
Dude, I was okay. So, I decided to at the ripe old age of 48, I decided to become a college freshman, right? And
how long ago was that?
what?
How long ago? Are you almost done?
No, I just started back in April.
Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to call you old.
So I got a ways to go.
My gosh, Ruby.
No, I
But,
don't mean it in a mean way. I thought this was like a few years ago.
No,
Okay, go ahead.
I said I just started college, but
Oh, I don't mean no one. If
yeah.
anyone here is in that age range, I don't think you're old. Sorry.
yeah.
I'm politically incorrect.
I do.
I'm so sorry. I just caught that. I'm so sorry. I've been bad.
You're all right, because I'm 45 nearly,
Okay.
and I know that's old. When I was in my 20s and that,
I'm
I
only a
used to be
youngster,
bloody-
so
yeah.
I'm only 24.
Well,
Yeah. Oh.
well, anyway, I was.
Damn, dude,
they have
enjoy
a-
it. I'm getting closer to 30. I would
They have
definitely
a
enjoy
place-
being 24 again.
They have a
Yeah.
place on the campus for us veterans, and you know,
I'd
and there's
enjoy
like
that, so.
there's like a nice little like kind of like a little lounge area with a TV and stuff, and I'm sitting at one of the tables and I look and I'm like, okay, what is this? And then I keep watching and then I see freaking first I saw Kristen Wiig, and then I saw Melissa McCarthy, and I'm like, oh my God. I was like, you got to be kidding me. Is this Ghostbusters 2016? Because I've never seen it at all, right? And then sure as shit,
I saw it
You're
today.
lucky.
sure as shit, they one of the next scenes is the blonde chick from SNL, right? And she, dude, I shit you not, I'm like looking at this and I'm like, because they have her looking exactly like the blonde Egon from the Ghostbusters cartoon,
Yeah.
And
red
I'm
glasses.
as soon as I saw the two of them, and then I saw the blonde chick, I'm like, this is freaking Ghostbusters 2016. And the volume was kind of low, and I didn't really care to turn it up. But I watched that movie most of it probably the time I was there, and like I was forcing myself to pay attention. You know, it's like because it's like every other scene was just like some stupid like slapstick freaking kind of crap or something. You know, I'm like, really? I was like, where's the fucking
jokes?
story?
Falling around, getting slapped, and talking about a few queef jokes. That's what it was like. Yeah. I'll tell you a story about that, right? One of my mates had it in that, and I was at like another mate's house, and he was like, oh, to the mate's house who it was, oh, put this on, it's real good. And now I knew it was crap in there, and I was like saying, oh, that's crap. Well, anyway, he put it on. And like I was like, oh no, I'm watching this. I saw like the first like 5 minutes of like where the ghost comes and like shits at like dude up who's like finds her and that. And I was like, oh, because my mate wanted some beers. I was like, oh, I'll go to the shop for you to get some beers. And that. And they went, oh, do you want me to pause it for you? I was like, no, you're all right. Well, anyway, it took me about like 10 minutes. Because it takes about 5 minutes to go to the shop, so 5 minutes back. Well, after 10 minutes, I goes in and it was turned off because my mate was like, no, it was shit. Because I like skipped forward a few and it was like, it was the bit apparently where, you know, the black lass, I forget what her name is, but she like jumps into the back of the Ghostbusters van and she's like, let's go. And that's when apparently they said, no, it was crap.
Her real name is Leslie Jones. I don't know.
That's it.
I don't know what the character's name was.
Yeah. Oh, well, you don't want to. That'd be useless information. You want to get rid of.
I don't really care. Yeah. I'm more interested in what the Queen is doing. You know.
Sorry.
There's anything to the Chinese Angels. Although it should be called the Chinese Angels. Charlie's Angels.
Oh my God. That turned out to be a train wreck, huh?
Yeah.
Rightfully so. I mean, it just was going to be an awful movie right from the start. Elizabeth Banks has just apparently gone full SJW, and
a shame though.
And I don't even understand. I don't think that Charlie's Angels could have ever been relevant again, because if you're going to take away them as sex symbols, then what the heck does Charlie's Angels have?
Exactly.
Well, the thing is, I mean, so I'm old enough to remember seeing the TV show, right? And you know that dude, they were all sexy, hot, sexy women.
Yeah.
But at the same time, they could kick your ass. You know? So I mean, it wasn't all just, you know, it wasn't all just fluff and freaking, you know, TNA, you know. I mean, they put the hurt on people, you know.
Yeah. Well, I always
that would have been during the first wave, when like Ripley was made. Yeah, real, actual, strong female characters that were still feminine in any way. Whereas now the only way they can make them as strong as dudes is to literally turn them into guys and then demean the real guys, the biological ones. Say.
Yeah.
Yeah, I always thought with Charlie's Angels, the Angels stood for like angels, and angels are usually real good looking, aren't they? Usually, you know, and angels of death, but good looking angels of death. And because like they could have made them good looking and all, because they're quite good looking women they used, but the way like they dressed them up was. Yeah.
Exactly. It's the costume department and the makeup department. They specifically were obviously told to go for the androgynous look.
Yeah.
At least with what's her name?
Know, the only
Christian Stewart. That's who I'm talking about mostly. The androgynous. He has the same hairdo as I do. She has like the Justin Bieber
Yeah.
comb over. Ridiculous.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like she
Yeah,
looks
she-
better when
I
she's got the
mean-
wig on.
Okay, I'm back.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, that's kind of. I mean, she looked pretty damn decent during the Twilight days, but
Yeah, but she was supposed to play that sort of like, sort of playing every sort of like girl could be a sort of thing. She wasn't special. She was just like not like ugly. She wasn't real good looking. But that's why they picked her apparently. So more lasses would relate to her.
I tell you, one of the young lady actresses that I like is the one that played Nebula. And she's like she's also the like the redheaded chick on the new Jumanji movies.
Yeah.
That's the same gal.
Yeah, because she like you has loads of makeup on her because it looks like she's bald, doesn't it? When she's Nebula,
Mm-hmm.
and her accent's different because she's got more of a British accent than she has for Nebula. I think anyway.
Yeah.
Hello.
So, yeah.
Everyone's
Yeah.
not quiet.
A little bit of dead air there. So it's
Yeah,
like,
I just had to cough there.
Yeah, I noticed that he canceled his mic right there. I assumed he was doing something that had to make a lot of noise. But yeah,
so you guys are talking about hot girls?
Climate that we're in right now.
Are you talking about?
well,
talking
every
about
time
hot
we
chicks?
talk about that, we get more viewers. So
Okay,
Yeah.
well, let me tell you who I think is hot. Okay, so first of all, I think what's her name? I'm not, and I like guys, but I can say women are hot. It's what's her name?
Hey,
Scarlett
by the way, just
Johansson
because you're
is
hetero
number
doesn't
one.
mean you don't have a concept of somebody of the same gender being attractive. It's just you're not attracted to them. I can't really describe it. It's like you should have a concept of it, or you're just belligerent or oblivious. Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, you don't have to
Okay, cool.
sleep
I
with
mean,
them.
all of us dudes know that Henry Cavill is freaking one handsome dude. Okay, that doesn't mean that we want him.
No,
Exactly.
Well,
it means
That's what I
we want to beat him.
Yeah, we want to be him. Oh yeah, for sure.
Yeah. No, I just say that because if I get a lot of shit from my girlfriends, they're like, "Oh no, you're strictly," I'm like, "Yeah, okay, whatever." So here are my top 3: Scarlett Johansson, and then Black Widow. Well, no, that's her, Black Widow. And then Gal Gadot, and then my third is what's her name? I don't know. She's the witch one. She's the witch on.
Scarlet Witch.
Yeah.
Yeah, she's hot. So all 3 of them would be my top 3 picks.
Olsen.
Yeah, one of the Olsen sisters. And then what's her name? Sorry, I lied. The green one in I don't really watch it, but
Guardians of the Galaxy.
yeah, the green chick. She's
Which,
pretty.
by the way, was the best film that the MCU ever produced. I actually have to say, even though it's based off the worst comic ever produced in Marvel, or one of them anyway, it actually made the best live-action film.
Yeah, it did take itself so seriously in that. Yeah, but the action was good on it because the bit where the dude is whistling with his like dart thing.
I was gonna say his sentient freaking arrow, dude. That was a cool weapon. I actually thought that was cool.
And little
you talking about Hondo with his arrow and whistle and it go all around?
Yeah. And there's little Rue in the like beating up some dude and like chucking him off because like he's
Rose Tico.
I still say like that was probably one of the most uttered phrases or whatever in modern movie history has been, "I'm Mary Poppins, y'all."
Yeah.
Are you guys there?
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah.
Did this freeze on me?
well, I'd have to put Gal Gadot at the top, and
Definitely.
and then Kelly Brook, who starred in Piranhas 2 3D. It was like the
Okay.
Piranha.
Otherwise
Actually,
known as Pornos 2 and 3D.
Can you guys hear me?
yes,
Yeah,
ma'am.
Yeah, we can hear you fine.
One of
And
my favorites was in Ant-Man.
the Wasp.
Yeah,
Uh,
I keep forgetting about Ant-Man.
I love Evangeline Lilly. She's cute as a button, dude.
yeah. Yeah. Well, they're all quite like cute out there, most of the superheroes, because they have to be, I think, apart from Squirrel Girl, if they ever do that, because what's her name? Oh, Melissa Carthy, is it? She'd probably have to play Squirrel Girl, but she's done apparently.
I know. What happened there? The one that played Supergirl. Where did
I'm at a loss. I don't know. I mean, yeah, as we get into DC, I know less and less names. I have more about the MCU.
Yeah.
What, the one that's playing Supergirl now?
Yeah, Melissa Benioff or no, whatever her last name is.
Sorry, I don't know what happened. My audio like
have to Google it.
dropped. I'm back.
Yeah, I figured she'd been having some audio issues all night, so I figured that's what it was.
Yeah, I have them all the time. I can hear everybody good now.
Yeah. Does it happen on other streams or is it just my stream?
No, it happens on other streams too. You know what? It depends on my headphone set. Like when I have the other headphone set, I don't have a problem with it. But my cat chewed it,
Cable.
so I only have this one. So I have to get a new one.
But make sure because it usually breaks up if you move the cable a bit, because there'll be a breakage somewhere in the cable usually. So
yeah. I'm in a good position. I'm laying in bed, so it's not bad right now. It's easier to stream from my bed. It was harder when I was at my desk. What? Yeah, so. What were you guys talking about?
This, that, and the other thing.
Yeah, so like
anything to do with DC, Marvel, and then we got on to Charlie's Angels, and most of the woke culture.
I wasn't in there with Charlie's Angels. That movie sucks.
Angels.
Yeah.
That movie was horrible. That movie it's not worth watching. It was just horrible. Christian Stewart should not be.
Oh, the Senate is in the chat. What's that?
He's been in every chat. He's been in every chat.
I would love to see like Kermit on the stream.
Shellback.
I was gonna say Kermit. Can Kermit join the stream?
Yeah, well the link is still on the top.
Stream.
Yeah, and if it goes on my Twitter, it should be on my Twitter as well.
Yeah, I think the stream could handle more than one green bean. Come on, Kermit.
Is Kermit there? In the chat?
Yeah, he's in the chat.
The log, Kermit the log?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I can't see the chat. That's why I'm asking because I'm on my phone. Tell him to get in here. I want to talk to him. What did he say?
I don't know.
The Senate said, "I'm the best stalker in the fandom."
Yeah, he is. He's been stalking all night. Kermit, get in here. I want to
Yeah,
talk
literally,
to you.
the Senate is everywhere.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
One of
you
those names
know,
you see in all the Fandom Menace streams is the Senate, Tommy.
Yeah.
Yeah, literally.
well, he has to be because he means the fuck out of everybody.
Who?
Yeah.
The Senate? Yeah.
The Senate.
still
He's
has-
helped me with some stuff.
He still hasn't memed me, so
He hasn't
maybe
mean
you could
me.
make
Oh,
speak
no,
and
that's not
spell
true.
CJ.
Is the law coming in here? No. I've seen his streams. He's funny. Oh my god, he's really funny.
Yeah. I sent links
Hmm.
to like Ryan Kinnell and Drunk 3PO and he's got a frog down his throat. He can't stream right now.
Oh yeah, I'm
Aw,
sure he
that's a
has something
bummer.
down his throat all the time.
I
He's
thought you
back.
only put pork down your throat, Kermit.
I know, right?
Yeah, Kermit the Log is hilarious.
How's Miss Piggy gonna feel about you? You know,
Have
going
you
going
streamed with?
same species.
Well, I imagine she doesn't have an
CJ,
opinion. She's dead.
I don't know. I think she made a comeback or something.
Have you streamed with Ryan before, CJ? Kindle?
No, not well. Other than the Common Ground stream, which was a disaster, I guess, because I was speak and spell CJ on there.
You were on there? You were
Yeah,
on that stream?
The audio was terrible though. My
I didn't
internet.
know you were on there.
Yeah, my internet completely broke down on that one. So.
You were on the comic. What? You were against Jeremy on the thing?
Once upon a time, I was. I just went on there to finally apologize to him after so many weeks or so many months.
Oh my god, were you the one who wanted to punch him?
I was.
Oh my, yeah,
sort
I
of.
blocked you. I remember.
Oh
now.
really?
Oh my god.
Wow.
Yeah, I was the one. I blocked you. I called you a dick, and I blocked you. And then I forgot. I remember now your avatar,
Yeah.
and I think I said something, and then I followed you. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Oh, it's okay. Now I remember you.
Yeah.
I remember that.
I have since apologized to him, and
what did
he's
Jeremy
cool
say?
with it. He's cool with it. So.
Yeah,
who knew that Canadians were so violent?
I know.
Honestly.
We've got one
I
more in.
think it's mostly the Atlantic Canadians that are more violent than the Western.
Yeah. Oh, I remember now. I think you got mad because I made the dick meme. Yeah,
Did I?
I remember now. The Pensacola dick meme. Yeah. Okay. Now I remember you. That was funny.
the penis con.
Yeah, and then I guess you didn't like that or something. Yeah. Well, that was a long time ago. It doesn't matter no more.
Yeah.
That's funny.
Yeah.
Yeah. Why didn't you like him? I'm just curious. What was the big deal?
It was mostly, I don't know. I was connected to a show page, so I kind of was under that whole thing, right?
Yeah, and then we did the stand for Jeremy. I did that.
Yeah.
I started.
He was under the influence.
Yeah, I was under the influence of the shills.
He was being influenced by the dark side.
Yeah.
The SJW
hilarious.
dark side.
Yeah.
You hate.
I remember that. That was so funny.
Once you go down the path of the dark side.
Oh, okay. Now I remember. Yeah, that was cool. And look where you're at now. You're part of the Phantom Menace.
Yeah.
There you go.
A proud member.
A proud member after you got bitch slapped by a penis. Yeah, that was funny. It's okay. Women go through that all the time. But
it's the best because there's no dues. There's no membership dues.
Yeah.
But at the same time, it sucks because there's no clubhouse. I want a fucking clubhouse. Damn it.
Yeah.
For the Phantom Menace?
Yeah. Be like
oh god.
meetups and that,
Jeremy's accounts. Do you think Dark's? Oh, which show page? It was. Well, the page is down now after the Rogue admin took it over, but they changed it to Star Warriors Nexus on Facebook.
And what would they say on that page?
Well, they would send me like emails and shit trying to get me to shill for them, and like I used to talk with Star Wars Hub, and I used to post Star Wars Explained videos and shit, which is why I'm like, after Star Wars Explained blocked me, I was like, what the fuck? I basically shilled for him. I was like,
I thought we were friends,
they block
man.
people they've never even met and have never even heard of them on the off chance that they might get trolled. Like literally, it's ridiculous.
yeah.
I've never even blocked anybody.
Well, they get paid a lot.
Oh, it wasn't like getting paid. It was more like I would get leaks and shit.
Yeah. Yeah. Have you been? Were you suspended after that whole situation?
Yeah, I got blocked a couple times on the page. Like I got banned and shit from copyright after a little bit, but.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I got suspended like a few weeks ago, but I'm trying not to get suspended no more. I gotta watch my mouth, so I'm gonna try to be better. Yeah, I've only been suspended a couple of times. Never by anybody in the Fandom Menace. Usually about that British chick, the one who's so rude. She's the one who got me suspended the most.
She's not British. She's not British. She's Irish.
She is British. She's from Britain.
Huh?
She's British.
You're not talking about Wished Upon, right?
No, not Julie. She's Psycho. She's different. No, I'm talking about the British girl. She's this British famous lady. All she does is she was like attacking bad chicks or something.
Nita Sarkisian.
Look at this.
Yeah. I called her
dumbass Jeremy is in the chat.
Anita Sarkeesian is British?
Yeah.
Oh, that's hilarious.
I thought she was an American chick. Fuck.
No. She's I think
then
she's
again,
English.
I don't think I've ever heard her talk, so I don't know.
I think that's one of the names I called them.
Yeah, so I guess I've been suspended from her a lot. And then the Refimus, whatever.
Yeah, Obi-Wan vlog, I did pretend to like Last Jedi. That was one of the things that we were kind of forced to. If we said anything negative about Last Jedi, we would kind of get blacklisted.
As far as the new movies go,
daring to think by you're daring to think of by yourself, basically.
As far as the new movies go, like I was all right with Rogue One, and about half of TFA. But when they started doing the Kylo emo and mind tricks out of nowhere, I was like, nah, no. And then Star Killer Base was just the straw that broke the camel's back. I'm like, really?
Yeah.
I was like, do you know how long it would take to dig a trench that big around the equator of a planet?
Yeah. When they introduced like Poe and Finn, I was like completely on board.
Was rich because they had all the money of the Old Republic, which was a whole galaxy, that wasn't part of the Outer Rim. So it made sense that the Emperor had gathered money from all these systems to build this magnificent Death Star. But where the hell did Kylo get any money? He's poor, and the Empire's gone.
Yeah.
All right.
It's not like Snoke meant anything, so.
Exactly, it is Jar Jar's mystery box. He gives you a mystery box and it contains nothing.
Yeah.
I think it would have contained something if he would have been in charge of the second movie as well.
Maybe.
Well, no. The only reason I say that is because that's how J.J. Abrams writes. he is really good at starting a story, and then a writer who can actually write stories has to come in and go from there because he's really good at setting up what he's even done sermons on it. He calls it his mystery box, and it's how he writes. It's very distinctive to the way he does.
He never
stuff,
does.
where he lets
He never
it's got all
ends
these
the
ends
story.
and stuff, all these cool ends it could go down, but he doesn't have any answers yet. He's just really good at coming up with, "Ooh, isn't that mysterious and cool and what if?" And that's what he does. He calls it his mystery box.
Ruthie, did you fall asleep?
I think he
Yeah.
didn't he create Lost? Didn't he create Lost?
Yeah, but see that ended though.
Yes,
That
he
ended.
created Lost. Yes, exactly. There's an example of another show that had so much potential that was so interesting that went nowhere. But also Cloverfield, also like with the new Star Trek films. I mean, like he's responsible for all that stuff.
Yeah,
Ruthie.
and like Super 8.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, Jesus.
Would be an example.
Who's snoring? Jesus.
Ruthie, it's time for bed.
she is in bed.
Sweetheart, wake up. Take the phone away.
Oh, Jesus.
Oh, did she pass out on her bed?
Yeah,
She might
man.
have.
Do you not hear her sawing them logs, man?
Oh, now I do. Sorry, I was talking, but yeah, now I hear it.
Yeah.
Ruthie, wake up. Hang up the phone.
Sleeping stream.
Yeah.
This is ridiculous. Is there any way to even kick her off the stream?
Yeah, there is, but
Yeah, well, you can mute her too.
yeah. Well, that's the thing.
Yeah. Yeah, mute her and then like
There.
she wakes up and that.
Yeah, that works. Yeah, that was fun. I thought she was doing that on purpose at first. I thought that
Kermit's
was
like
real.
she sounds like the Exorcist. Yeah. Your mother sucks cocks in hell.
Okay.
I was gonna say you could try to influence her dreams with the power of suggestion. Just say random words and see if she dreams something funny. But
Ryan
Yeah.
Johnson.
like that can happen. That can happen where the real world something's happening and
Yeah.
you're slightly awake, but not
Yeah.
really to where you're like dreaming what's happening, but it's your own made up version of it.
Yeah. I've had that happen to me. I've had the radio on and just listen to the talk shows and just dream.
Yeah. Well, I could give you guys
That's what I'm talking about. It's like, yeah, when you were a kid and didn't know to
Jack
get
will
up to
probably
the
go on for me
restroom,
again.
suddenly you were at the toilet in your dreams. I hated that crap.
Yeah. Yeah.
Falling's
It's technically lucid dreaming, I guess.
yeah. Falling's a nasty one where you think falling, but you wake up before you fall or hit the whatever and that. So you're like, oh, thankful I'm in bed.
Dude, that is some trippy shit. When you're like laying in bed and then all of a sudden it feels like you just like jumped out of a damn airplane, you know, and you just like you feel like you're like freaking
No, but you'd be dreaming that.
plummeting
Oh,
towards the earth.
Yeah, the
Yeah,
free
yeah.
falling effect, that free falling
Yeah.
feeling that you have.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
Yeah. Someone's got to share the stream to Jeremy and be like, "Come on, 200 subs." He
Yeah.
That
can
would
come
be
on
awesome
at
if Jeremy
200
would
subs.
come on.
Yeah.
Even drunk 3PO, but somebody as big as Jeremy would be awesome.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Especially at like 200 subs now, it's like, well, now I'm growing.
Yeah.
Now I'm
Did
gonna be a
you-
legit.
CJ, did you have you seen Drunk's little thing about people that are under 1,000 subs?
Yeah, creator thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'd have to actually put effort into the video. That's the thing.
Well,
Yeah, 'cause
I mean,
anyway,
I know
was gonna say,
you're Canadian, but you can do it. Come on.
Yeah. I
Yeah.
think it's mostly just because my computer can't handle the editing. It's like,
Should start a GoFundMe page or something.
yeah, I should probably do that. I do have a PayPal that I'm like, people can donate to that, I guess.
Yeah, you
Yeah.
should do it in the
Well,
links
that's
and that.
at least you got a PayPal set up, but yeah, get a PayPal and then start a Patreon as well,
Yeah.
and then
Mm.
If
monetize.
Tommy can go to the about section, about there we go, about.
Boot. Out in the boot.
About. Yeah, go to that section. There should be a link to my PayPal.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and in the subscribe star and all.
I don't have subscribes. Well, I do, but I don't have it linked.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because
I do have a
don't-
Patreon, but I don't post anything on Patreon. So I haven't figured out how to use Patreon is the thing.
yeah. Well, that's if you have more sort of ways to donate, because like some people know how to donate in a certain way, and unless it's that way, they don't donate, or they can't be asked to fuck around to donate, sort of thing. But I need to get me saying all that set up because
Stephen Watson is in the thing. Yeah, Ruthie fell asleep.
Hey, Jens, can I ask what particular part of the island you're from there?
Oh right, well, I live in England and that.
Yeah. What part?
Or like,
North,
are you from
north, south,
Southern
east, west?
England, Northern
Yeah.
England? I mean, he
Yeah,
sounds like
no.
he's from Southern England to me, but I don't know.
Well, that's because I do try and speak clearly because I'll do a Yorkshire, so like hi mate, how you doing? You're going out tonight. That's how sort of like talk. So I try to make it a bit more clear. Usually for when I'm in shops, because I hate it if you like say something and they give you the wrong stuff. Where if I pronounce it clearly, I know like it's 99% of the time it's going to give me what I want. Well, yeah, I come from England, but my dad's from Denmark, and like I never really knew my dad that much, and so I never really picked up her sort of Danish or anything accent. And the part of England I live in, my mother and me like foster nana didn't come from that part of the England and that, and so I got a real like crazy sort of different accent.
Jack is tired. You gotta unmute your mic as always.
Oh, hey Jack, it's Todd. How are you?
Good.
So where are you at though, Jens? Are you like London area, Newcastle, what?
Yeah, he's like asking basically, do you live in Kent or London?
Yeah. Well, I live sort of more near Newcastle. You know, like Liverpool and Manchester. Yeah, where Liverpool's right on the sort of
right, yeah,
side of England.
Did you see?
I live on like the east side of England.
Yeah.
From it's not like mid level where, and I can show you on the map if you want.
Yeah. There's actually a like a little village outside of Newcastle upon Tyne that has my last name.
I sent Stephen the link.
Shell, well, right, yeah. Well, yeah, there's quite a few sort of little places out of cities.
is this our little Jack from earlier?
I was gonna say, I'm pretty sure it's the same Jack. It's just I think it's a different channel, but he hasn't responded yet. What's up?
Yeah, I'm trying to be quiet. It's like really late, so.
ASMR.
Yeah.
ASMR.
He's underneath the blanket with his flashlight.
Oh, shut up.
He's like, whatever, boomer.
Okay,
So-
You
boomer.
are a boomer.
So, Jack, do you like Hulk then? Do you
Sorry,
like
what?
the Hulk, the Incredible Hulk? Do you like the movies, the films, or the?
I've seen some of the Incredible Hulk movies, but not a lot of them.
Yeah, you like the old character though.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Jack is going to turn this into an ASMR stream.
Oh, shut up. Shh.
I
Yeah,
feel
my
like we're
phone's-
playing golf or something.
Okay, can you not
Yeah.
stop? Yeah.
Okay,
I won't be able to
now
stand long. but
we're at the 18th green, and
Eating this one.
you know, I swear to God, I will walk over to your house and punch you in the mouth. So stop.
Yeah.
wait a minute.
So,
I didn't know where I live.
Oh my god! Wait a minute, you don't know where I live.
You don't know where I live.
There's a lot of houses in this town.
There's a lot of houses in my town as well.
Yeah, I live out in the middle of nowhere, so I mean, unless you're gonna drive through just barren wasteland to get to the Christmas Valley town that's literally like 100 miles from the nearest town, you're pretty much fucked for getting to me. I mean, I literally live in the middle of nowhere.
In the States, right? Somewhere.
Yeah, I mean, I live in Oregon, but the place in Oregon where I live, like, basically when the settlers came through here, there used to be a town every 10 miles, but they all burned down, and so they all moved into the Willamette Valley, and that's where everybody lives to this day. When you live out here, you're all alone pretty much. You gotta live on I mean, you gotta make sure you're ready to take care of yourself because it's miles and miles and miles and miles to a real hospital. The nearest hospital is about 83 miles is to the nearest hospital. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, I got corrected when I said Willamette.
So,
I was like, I don't know what it was, the river or something, you know. And I said Willamette, and it's like, it's Willamette.
Yeah,
and
it's
I'm like,
Willamette.
all
Yeah,
right.
exactly. Anyway,
I'm like,
yeah, it's
Jeebus, calm
pronounced
down.
yeah, I've done
Yeah,
that
some
though.
people are really anal about it because it's Oregon and however they pronounce the Willamette. But I mean, I go to California and pronounce things wrong, so it happens. If you read it depends because California has so many different names. It's usually with Spanish. It's not the English I get wrong. It's when I see like a Spanish thing or something that isn't obvious or said a million times. Like obviously, I'd never pronounce San Francisco or San Diego or anything like that, but San Jose, I would have said, yeah, something else. San Jose, you know, I wouldn't think about the fact that J's go huh and stuff like that. I don't speak Spanish. So it's like, yeah, you're in Oregon where everything has either a Scottish origin or a German origin or an English origin. We don't have any Spanish named anything in this state, but right across the border, everything turns into Spanish.
Yeah. Well, I mean, in Washington, or at least this side of it, or whatever, like a lot of the, the only things that you somewhat have trouble with, or like the Indian stuff, the native stuff, and it's like all the different tribes with names that are like 28 feet long and stuff.
Yeah, I know exactly what you're talking about, and Oregon has the same thing too. It's usually when you're on the reservations and it's the Umabagapunku Street or whatever, and it's like, yes, I get what you mean.
Is there a problem with that?
Yeah.
Yeah, sometimes it's a bit of a mouthful because in Wales they speak a different language called Welsh, and it's all like
Yeah.
it
Well,
sounds a bit like
well,
Klingon.
it's a
Honestly,
Gaelic. It's one of the
yeah.
Gaelic. Yeah.
Well, they have a city, and it's like it's got like 22 letters in its name, and so it's on the lines of lucky, go sort of thing. Oh, it's right. You're doing it for a good 10 seconds.
Yeah, there's a fish in Hawaii that has a name like that.
Yeah.
Oh, Jack just dropped out.
Yeah. Yeah, boy, that's something right there. Like, like Hawaiian or Polynesian stuff, and it's, or whatever. And,
Yeah, that's kind of what I was making. Yeah, that's what I was saying. And even in Oregon and Washington, you'll be driving through areas that were either part of a reservation or named after the Indians that once were there, and it'll just have a funny long name like that has been Latinized, and it's just like I can't really. I mean, you just pronounce it as best you can.
It's like there's a they're like clams, I guess. They're like a shellfish, right?
Yeah.
And but there's also a town of that same name, and the correct pronunciation is gooey duck, right? But when you read it on a sign, it is spelled
Senate. I just tweeted the link. So
like the first time I saw this sign, I was like, geoduck? And then they're like, no, it's pronounced gooey duck.
Yeah.
Weird. Yeah, that's the exact type of stuff I'm talking about. And I think I've heard of like gooey duck clams or gooey duck oysters. That sounds familiar.
Yeah, they're like it's almost like, you take a clam, like if a clam was made out of taffy and you just stretched it, that's a gooey duck. They're like they're like
I got
really
buddies in
long,
Washington, and I think I've heard them talk about them before. But yeah, I don't know if they have them over here. I mean, in Oregon, we do all kinds of fishing as well. It's just literally the other side of a border. It's basically the same land.
Yeah.
I like the fish and like seafood and that. So yeah, I might have seen them, but yeah. So sometimes though, if it's in a part of, unless they get frozen and that and shipped over, sometimes it's you can't. Yeah.
See, if I ever, I shouldn't say if, I should say when I make it to England. One of the first things I want to eat is just a good proper plate of fish and chips.
Yeah. I tell you what, then you'd be best off going to sort of like seaside, sort of like coastal, because they do the best, because like they have there'll be chip shops, but yeah, you've got raw thingy though, because sometimes you can get some chip shops that are all that good, but then some are real nice. It's knowing which ones is which, like with most restaurants and that. But yeah, that nice plate of fish and chips is nice. And a battered sausage. Don't know if you've ever heard of that or had one of them. It's basically just a sausage, but with the fish batter on. Probably like a corn dog sort of thing, but fried in batter. Yeah, they're nice. And then you get your like patties and that, which is I think it's the patty. It's just like fish and mashed potato mixed together and then fried, and put some batter on and fried, and then you get sort of like one where it's sort of like the same. But
are you talking about like bangers and mash
They add
or
eggs
something?
to that because I know you can do mashed
Oh,
potatoes
yeah.
and put eggs together, and then they cook together really well. But yeah, what you're describing actually sounds pretty good.
Yeah. Well, it's because you have like a fish patty and a fish fritter, and I can't remember which is which because I usually just used to point to which one I wanted. But the fritter, I think it's sort of like a sandwich where you have a sort of like slice of potato at the bottom with like fish, sort of like codfish in the middle, and then like a slice of potato on the top, and then dipped in battered and fried. And yeah, it's just potato and fish again,
Hello,
but in a different way.
Hello.
Yeah, all right.
How are you?
I'm fine. I'm just really tired. That's about it.
Yeah. It's like 4 a.m. where I am. So
Oh, nice. It's about 12 here, so
yeah.
Yeah, I was gonna say it's like 11:50 where I am. Not even. It's about
Yeah.
10 minutes to 12.
Yeah. I'll probably do 2 more
What's your
hours.
full name? Your friendly neighborhood. What is that? Just where it ends, or?
oh no, it's the friendly neighborhood diversity hire.
Yeah.
Diversity.
The hell? What is it?
I was just asking because it just says your friendly neighborhood and then shows ... So I wondered if it just doesn't fit on the screen. Hey,
That
U.S.
is-
Dutch Kid.
Hey.
Hey.
Damn it. Okay.
That is some sort of robot
Hello there.
chicken picture or something.
Hold on a second.
Yeah. It is from
Oh.
Robot Chicken, I think.
Oh, hey, hi, Dutch.
Hey, how you doing?
Oh, you know,
bullshitting on the screen.
I'm just getting in trouble talking about like brothels and stuff.
Well, I mean, it's
Yeah,
the
the
hookers
chat
around the world.
was just as dirty as the one the other night for a while there.
You tell somebody that you used to be a United States sailor,
There
and
we
they
go.
think that you're just whoring yourself around the world. But
Well, I mean, that is the stereotype.
and a well-earned one at that. But,
Yes. I mean, it's like
as the song goes, I'm not a player. I just crush a lot. Okay.
I mean, it's like my brother. He was a Marine, and when he went over to Okinawa, Japan, Japanese girls were trying to marry him left and right.
It's fun.
Well, they wouldn't have. I guess it's a good thing I wasn't there because they wouldn't have had to try too hard.
Yeah. Pretending Japanese, I really think so.
Yeah, right.
Well, it's like that when you're a white guy from the States and you got a good job and you go to Mexico. All the girls down there want you to, want to marry you. It's like, what the heck? I don't know. It's just, I guess it's just a foreign thing. It has an effect every which way. I don't know.
Well, my only dealings with Mexico was TJ, and you don't want nothing from TJ. So
Tijuana?
Yeah, Tijuana. Yeah.
Okay.
But
I thought he was on about a person called TJ.
yeah, no, that's just what us Navy boys called Tijuana. It's TJ.
Yeah.
Never go to the donkey shows.
Yeah, right. Yeah, and I guess they were fresh out of donkeys when I was there because I didn't see any of that.
Well, that's because a lot of that is just for the tourism part. I mean, like a lot of Mexico isn't. I mean, some of it is somewhat third world, but a lot of that's just for the tourism. And it's true that they're only third world in the sense that they don't pay to cool buildings like we do. We have like central cooling systems in everything we build, and they just let the air flow into the room, and that's cooling to them.
Mm-hmm.
And besides, if you've ever seen Clerks 2, then
Yeah.
you'll never have to see another donkey show again in your life.
Yeah, it's like my brother again with him going overseas. Have you ever heard of the lady who gets Marines on a stage and she makes them put a banana in their mouth and she chomps on it using her you know what?
No.
Yeah.
Never heard of that?
I've heard about the
No.
ping pongs flying out.
Mm.
Ping pong balls.
No,
Oh, yeah.
but no.
No, the banana.
Can you hum a few bars?
My brother saw that firsthand. And guys tried to get him on stage, but thank goodness he's timid. So he backed out. But yeah, this lady was like in her 50s, I think. And that was like
I mean, I did hear stories about when I was in, I did hear stories about like the Thailand and the Philippines and like ping pong balls. But
banana in the guy's mouth, and she just squats down and chomp.
Sounds about right.
Sounds awful.
Yeah.
I'll put my PayPal in the chat. I don't know.
I mean, that puts an entirely different spin on potassium for sure.
Yeah, that's for sure. Yeah, that is definitely a weird one. But yeah, I mean, all those shows are just designed to be somewhat weird and erotic. That's kind of the idea of them.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, erotic at least, if not, and somewhat erotic. But yeah, anyway, that's kind of the idea of any of those shows. But yeah, especially in places like Thailand, it gets ridiculous. I don't know so much about the Philippines, but yeah, with Thailand, I mean, prostitution's legal there, especially as of 2014 with the military coup.
Yeah,
and the girly boys, I think. Is that Thailand?
Lady boys.
Yeah, I was gonna say Thailand, where all the trannies are from. Yeah.
Yeah, I saw the documentary about all that, and I'm just like, Jesus. I mean, can't tell, really. No.
Anybody who ever saw The Hangover, they're like, yeah, I'm never going to Thailand.
Yeah.
Or was that was The Hangover 2? That was The Hangover 2.
Yeah. That or the third one.
I've never seen the Hangover series.
They made a third Hangover?
Yeah.
Wasn't
very good.
Yeah. Didn't know that. I only knew there was 2 Hangovers. But yeah, I was gonna say it's the same guy that did the Joker film as who did Hangover. So
yeah.
I didn't mind the third one.
Anybody else see the Joker film?
Oh yeah, went to pictures to see it.
Yeah, I thought it was great. I saw it day it opened, but other people, waited and didn't. Some people, I guess, didn't go and see it, but I thought it was the best thing DC's given us in a while because it was just pretty and realistic and hardcore and interesting because there's no definitive backstory on the Joker anyway, so it really doesn't matter. I mean, it just is what it is. They change it in everything.
And I thought it was funny as shit. When I heard.
Yes,
when I
you
heard
did.
They were talking about,
it was hilarious.
They were worried about violence and stuff, at the Joker, movies and stuff. And
exactly.
and they were talking about signs, putting up signs and stuff, and I'm like, oh, I was like, this is ridiculous, but sure as shit, I go to my local theater and like a 8.5 by 11 sheet of paper, like in one of those little clear plastic thingies, was like, if you come in here with with like a backpack or any type of bag, we're gonna search your stuff and yada yada yada. And I was like,
you
wow,
pat down. Yeah.
I was like, they actually.
I got the 1920s. I go to this theater that's in the town I grew up in. It's from like about the 30s, and they just refurbished it, and it's just a tiny little theater. But yeah, I went in there, and they weren't doing that because it's a tiny theater. But I'll bet if I'd gone to a big theater, it probably would have been like that. I went and saw it for like $6 a person. It was really affordable.
Yeah. And then all the violence kicks off at Frozen 2.
Right? What? A damn machete fight or something.
Oh,
I
I
think
that.
Oh yeah.
I think it was some like people not wanting them to show like Frozen 2 for some reason, and they thought maybe threatening with machetes, I think, would like shut it down.
Anyway, I'm gonna pop off because my dog is telling me I need to go to bed.
Yeah. And maybe Ruthie will come back on.
Yeah. Let her come back and defend her falling asleep. See you guys later.
Yes.
Yeah. See you.
Yeah. I'm not even sure if I ever heard what that was all about. With the machetes and Frozen 2 or whatever played.
Well, it was a religious sort of group. Not saying which religion, but I think it was all religious sort of things. And for some reason, they didn't like Frozen 2. I don't know why, but yeah, they just decided like I think it might have been just one dude, but it was someone who didn't like Frozen 2 being shown, and they thought like a machete threatening sort of situation would change the mind.
They couldn't just let it go, huh?
No.
Yeah. Sorry, I couldn't help it.
Yeah.
If you want, I can like Google exactly what happened in that.
I don't know. I just think it's hilarious. I just think it's hilarious. I mean, I don't think it's hilarious that that people were getting like hacked at with machetes, but just the fact that they were worried about a movie like The Joker and nothing happened, and then you have a freaking animated movie and people go
from Disney.
Nuts.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like
could be
you're worried about the competition, but oh no.
Yeah, it was definitely ridiculous in that sense. And I mean, Joker wasn't even that violent of a film. It was just an R-rated. It was just ridiculous. I have no idea why they censored that.
The thing is,
because of the Dark Knight Rises.
Yeah.
I think they didn't. I would say I don't think that they wanted the Joker to play, because if you look at it, it's like a Democrat-run city where they spent all the money in that, and so now they can't afford the people to keep the mentally sort of ill people sort of with carers or whatever in that, and because like there was that in the Joker,
super rats.
They talk about super rats and like was it I forget, but there was like massive rats just like because there was the councillor was like walking down and like there was filming her or him, one of the two, and then whilst I was talking, you saw a rat like run across the road. I forget, Baltimore, I think it was. And like,
yeah, I definitely know what you mean. It was definitely funny in that sense, but yeah, it was portraying a somewhat dystopian, like democratic freaking version of a city where they spend all the money on everything, and so I think they just didn't like it because it's just basically making fun of those sorts of people that basically just more so making fun of the SJW that they try to paint as us, basically that sad, pathetic person that's just going to go nuts one day.
Yeah.
in selling it, they're thinking, oh yeah, because we don't bow down to their social justice warrior ways, that we'll be shunned out of society.
Comment.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Thank you, comrade.
Yeah, the comments. I could read a few, but then it stopped. Like, and then I can't read the comments. But, oh yeah, Jack.
Hello.
Yeah, hello.
Yeah.
Is there anybody out there?
What?
Is anybody out there?
Stop it.
Hey, at least Ruthie woke up.
Yeah, she was sleeping.
Who's doing the heavy breathing?
It's Shellback.
Sorry
I was
about
gonna
that.
say he's doing the Darth Vader impressions. Are we all doing Darth Vader impressions?
That was Thomas from earlier.
Right?
I can do a good Darth Vader impression.
I'm kind of confused now because I thought diversity hire was Jack.
What? No, that's the.
I have no
Senate's
idea
job,
who
okay?
diversity hire is. It's just somebody that was in the chat.
Senate.
I think is that the Senate?
Yeah,
It
that's me.
is the Senate. Yeah, it is.
That's
Okay.
That's what I was thinking.
Yeah. Okay.
But I think to the new Bond, I saw the Bond trailer. It looks all right, apart from if the rest of the film he gets Sawyer-fired and Cox.
Bond good. I mean, there's plenty of Bond. You can literally, Bond is best probably remembered as the original Bond that lived in the 60s anyway, back when it really made sense because like the counter espionage and all that was really exciting. They can't do that anymore. You know what I mean? Like what are they going to do in there's no counter espionage. Like the whole America and Russia is really what built Bond kind of thing, so that the UK's, because it was between, the UK was massively involved also in the espionage on the USSR. We had them wondering how we were landing on bubblegum based tires for the Concorde, man. I mean, we were engaging all sorts of espionage. So that's what the Bond films really were built on. Like, just going, I guess they could bring back the original ideas, but other than that, they're always just going to be trying to come up with some way to keep that character relevant anyway. So I think that's why they figured let's ruin them, which is fucked. I'm not an advocate for it, but I think that's why they thought that.
Well, he's too much of a man, and he's white and all. That's like a double no-no.
Exactly, yeah. Him being an actual manly man and then being white, that's grounds enough for them to ruin it.
Remember, comrades, no white people allowed.
Yeah. White people, you must stop having babies because it's racist.
Yeah. The funny thing is, you know what I
they
find
would probably have us all forcibly sterilized, but yeah, they're messed up people.
I'm not white. I'm Asian.
Does Ruthie want to come back on?
One thing I find funny is that when white people tell me like, "Hey, you need to stop being such a racist," okay? You gotta stop being white, and they're a white person themselves. It makes me laugh. I don't understand
kind of
why they do that.
hypocritical.
Well,
that is an SJW, CJ. That is what we were talking. That is a tradition. I mean, like literally, they've been told all this bullshit by all these retards that were born, in the late 60s and 70s. They just grew up and they told the next generation just all this retarded shit, and now they think that there's 720 genders and that everybody that brings up any kind of race is a racist and hates everybody. It's like, well, no, I mean,
but wait, they bring it up. They're the ones who bring it up, though.
I think it also
exactly. That's what I'm saying.
From like colleges as well.
Yeah, there's a lot going on in there because it's all about white people. They're like did slavery and they like took over like people's lands and that. It's like, yeah, but every race and culture's done that at one stage because that's how like the world was. If you want like taking other countries, then countries was taking over you.
Exactly, and yeah, I mean, like for example, it was. I mean, the slave trade with the Europeans actually came out of the Middle East. Yeah, when the Muslims poured out of Arabia in the 8th century, it was after that they started conquering, and when they did that, they took a bunch of slaves and they sold them to everybody.
Well,
I mean,
slaves have been
Muhammad in the
around since
Quran
the
there were
beginning of
many different types of
civilization.
slaves, whites and blacks.
Well, yes, slavery's been something that's always been a part of history and culture in those areas. It's something that's always been there, and it's really hard to kind of erase it. Oh,
Yeah.
You're one to speak, Biden.
Yeah, exactly. Like the Greeks, for example, had slaves all the way back to 3,000-4,000 years ago. The Greeks still have slaves, so it's like it's just a thing. Also, I mean, in this country, what mainly ended indentured servitude was Chapter 11, because indentured servitude could happen to you basically like if I got in a ton of debt to you guys could have me forcibly by court back in the day turned into an indentured servant, which means I have to work until it's paid off because there's no Chapter 11.
Yeah. Obi-Wan blog, I have seen SJWs outside of the internet. They're insane.
Yeah, I think I have a few people in my school who are like that because they're all like socialist. They're all like, "Oh, we got to vote for Bernie because he's gonna create socialism. It's gonna be amazing."
They're like,
don't you agree,
welcome to the
comrades?
college
we
grounds.
gotta
Where they
follow the
assaulted is
Nazis.
Hollywood and the college grounds. That's where
I'm
they
not.
focused on the youth and then indoctrinating the youth via the same, because like it's the same thing Germany did. You know, a lot of Hitler's favorite films were films that were made by the German industry that portrayed the nationalized socialist group as positive. Now nobody knew they were that anti-Semitic. Nobody knew what was happening to the Jews. They just saw the socialism. And then when we conquered them, we were like, holy fuck. Anyway, so yeah, nobody really knew that was happening. Some people in our government may have, and people who were really informed, but yeah, well, the reason why we took them down is because they were socialists and they attacked the world. It wasn't because they were anti-Semitic. We didn't even know that. I mean, we knew that they were anti-Semitic, but we didn't know they were putting them in gas chambers yet. I mean, regular people didn't.
No, this is the problem. This is the problem I have. You know, I think America knows that if a fascist leader came into power, we would oust them. And our leader right now is not fascist. I'm sorry, that's just not the truth. Okay? You can debate it all day you want. I don't care, but he's not a fascist, in my opinion. If he was, we would have noticed already.
Bit of a dick, like, but yeah, he's a lesser dick than me, so I'd vote for him.
Well, actually, the people that are trying to
make sure you
him
don't
out,
vote illegally.
the people that are trying to take him out are they're fascists.
In next year's election, they're going to claim
exactly.
British
It's actually
our
the fascists
election.
it's so funny because they know they're the most hated party in all of the world because they killed 4 million Jews and caused 2 world wars. But yeah, socialists / fascists are actually all the leftists that keep trying to impeach. It's hilarious. Trump is actually a capitalist who believes in human rights, regardless of whether he's perfect.
Okay, let me stop you
and I
there.
don't think he is.
Okay, so let me stop you there. First of all, the fascists are right wing, and that's not debatable. Even though they had socialists in their name, they're not
Senate
socialists.
was like,
there was left wing. The Nazis.
Wing, bud. They were the right wing.
No, they were right wing. They were
Germany.
right-wing.
They were the right wing of Germany, but that's not our right wing. Our right wing is determined by the Republic. Everything else is left.
Because there was a socialist
are on the left wing here. We don't have socialists in the right wing. It's not. They're called rhinos. They're undercovers. They're trying to run under Republican.
That's what the Nazis was, because it stands for the National Socialist.
Yeah, which was the right wing of Germany versus the left wing, which was just socialists that wanted communism. But it's the same thing. It's just the government owns everything and distributes the wealth. But yeah, it was the right wing of Germany, but it was basically nationalized socialists or the Nazis versus the communist socialists, which was the left. So they were fucked.
So pretty much it's not. It wasn't based on class division. It's more of national division. That's what they were talking about. It's a really complicated thing to go into, and I think we'll be able to explain it on a StreamYard.com website because it's a lot more complicated than words. It's
they wanted to build a super race. because you see in all the films where they was trying to build a like super
Yes,
human.
eugenics was a major part of the Nazi organization, but a lot of people didn't know this. All they saw was the Nazi Party, which was democratically elected, democratically, because democracy ruins republics. But they didn't really have a real republic yet. We never got them set up enough after the First World War. It's a very interesting
No, they
political
were set
climate,
up.
and it
They
doesn't
just fell
reflect
apart.
this one, except for the fact that they wanted to nationalize everything. And yeah, I mean, and then they were always, hating on everybody. So it's like kind of
Well, they
reminds me
were
of the
always
SJW. They want to
they
nationalize
they were
everything and they
always
hate everybody.
they were always extreme right. Everyone knew they were in Germany. I think the reason why a lot of people voted for them is because they offered answers, especially in the situation that they were in. And another problem I have is, these websites like Vox News, Prager University, just they're so biased, and they keep trying to tell me that fascism is left wing, and I'm like, no, it's not. Okay, you try to spin that as much as you can. You're not going to spin it because it's not true. I don't have a problem of whatever side of the political spectrum you're on, but don't lie. Okay, that's all I
No,
have.
fascism.
I like PragerU.
Fascism is
Yeah,
I was
on
PragerU
going to
is
both
say,
right.
Prager's not
sides.
lying to you, bud. By
It's on the
our
extreme.
definition, they're left wing. By their definition, they were right and left because they didn't have a right and a left like our party. Forget our system. Look at theirs. You're either going to live under Stalin or Adolf. They don't
I
have
would
a right
rather
wing where
actually live
you get
under
rights
Adolf.
and guns. They both Adolf and Stalin took the guns. They took the guns. They hate the Second Amendment, so to speak. But there was no Second Amendment. They never had a right to anything. There's never been anything like this country, ever.
There's a
Waves
lot of
Canadian flag.
yeah. Well, you're funny. There's a lot of things that go into it. There's ideology about it. There's ways that you can interpret it. The ways that it was originally meant to be. But at the same time, you're right. We have these crazy people running for president saying, "Oh, I'm going to take your guns." It's just like that's exactly what they did, and they were terrible people. But I'm not saying that's who they are.
I knew Beto was gonna be out the freaking door soon after
I'm gonna
he
take your
said that.
AR-15s.
Yeah, I knew it.
It's like, yeah, you're gonna piss off a lot of people when you say that. Cause I've got a few guns around here, but I won't tell you where, so you don't use them.
Actually, Senate, the Germans did have a Death Star because that's who the Empire was modeled after. Was the Nazis?
Because they had that what was it? Some water where there was building it up for like a Death Star bomb. Well, it wasn't going to be a bomb. It was going to be a bomb.
I don't know if you guys watched the fan film trailer Star Wars Origins. It's basically Indiana Jones meets Star Wars. It's like the Nazis find lightsabers and stuff like that.
I don't think I have. What's the name of it?
If Tommy can find the link to it, it's Star Wars Origins. It's like an Indiana Jones meets Star Wars type of fan film.
Well, there was the comic book that they did where the original expanded universe story that I always loved it because it was funny and fun, but it was still kind of sad, but it was still funny and fun. The original way that Solo died in the expanded universe was they were being chased, and so they make the jump to light speed, and it's just Chewie and Han, and they find themselves on Earth. Han died in the crash landing. Chewbacca became the Sasquatch, and then what is it? Han's remains were found by Indiana Jones. It was a hilarious comic book. I'll have to find it. It was hilarious.
If you could leave a link to that, I'm gonna watch it. But
comrades,
I found one of them.
I'm
gonna have to head out. So make sure if we win over socialism forever. Okay, Bernie 2020. I'll see you guys later.
And true dumb.
Yeah, socialists. If you vote for socialism, it means you're either evil or stupid or a bit of both.
Exactly. I equate. Yeah, exactly. I say that all the time. It's like literally, I don't get it. It's like why after we've known that it ruined Russia, it ruined Germany, it's ruining Europe right now. It's ruining America.
Well, it's the young, you see, they don't understand the economy. And once they understand the economy, where if you spend all your money helping unfortunate people, your economy is going to go to shit. What you need to do is put a budget amount of money where Denmark and that, because Denmark was getting a load of, oh yeah, they're a socialist country, and the Denmark and that came out with, no, we're not a socialist country, we're a capitalist country who has heavy or has quite a lot of socialist programs. Because if you haven't got a capitalist system in place, all these socialist programs can't be funded.
Exactly. But that's how you introduce socialism, is slowly alongside the capitalism. It's what they're doing in America. Oh, come get your food stamp. Oh, come get your this and your HUD and that. And it eventually nobody's going to work. And then the people that actually want to work, taxes are going to be supporting those people. Basically, it's how they keep the money in the middle, basically, so that they can distribute it.
I got nothing against, like, certain like types of programs or whatever. But I mean, but they have to be like, either, temporary or, like, help people out, help people out, sure, but don't give them something for nothing,
No, well, there's a lot of people.
Exactly. The difference between charity and socialism right there. I'm a very charitable person. I don't believe that the government can conduct charity, because what they want to do is just take yours and I's money and give it to somebody that doesn't want to do it. Like, I know for a fact, because I've literally watched all my buddies, and they will literally be in a life or death scenario where they could die because they're not going to have enough money, and they still won't go get a job. They just hope they'll get more Social Security, more food stamps. They'll get with a girl and live off of her. It's bad.
Yeah, there's some people who like take the sort of social benefits and that, and if like say that they can't get a job and that, or the I've got some problems with them, it's fair enough. But there's some people who will like take like the social money and then have a work on the side and that, and then so you've got a sort of system where some people's getting paid like twice and that, and yeah, it can get a bit way. Well, you just work, but if sometimes they're scamming the system, because like there's a big loads of scams on in England, like where there'd be people having like 2 or 3 houses, because they would have like a house paid for, but if there was two of them or 3 of them, they'd just live in one house and then rent out the other 2, and so there'd be extra money like that. And so
yeah, and that's a good way to do stuff. I mean, like, my parents are renters like that. They own many houses. They only live in one, but yeah, the other ones they rent out to make money. I mean, it's a good entrepreneur business. But what I was more so talking about is like, Tailback said he's in the Navy, so I'll bet you get what called like the military discounts on certain things. And so that I understand, because that's a job. But what the government likes to do is give out that kind of stuff to just people because you deserve it. It's your right. And realistically, it's coming right off the backs of those who actually earned it.
Yeah. Well, the greedy and all, because the thing with the Democrats is they want like free national health service and that, but there's some people who like don't like a bit like with me, because like I don't take good care of my lungs that much because I smoke and that. But,
exactly, and they'll let you die in that system, but in the UK, they'll let you die.
Oh yeah, but I'm saying, like, if I like die in that, I can understand sort of thing, because I've done it to myself and that, and so there's some people are like, because if I'm in that situation where I think, well, if I want to live, then I better start making loads of money so I can afford private health because I don't think you'd get it on the NHS because the NHS with this influx of like illegal, well, most of them are legal and that, but there's been quite an influx of Europeans and that like some of them work in that, but then some of them don't. But it was working out though that even if they're working, though, they're still putting more waiting time on the NHS because there's more people.
Yeah, and that's
I
what
don't know
happens.
how
Is
we
that
got
the system works great in
from Hulk
practice, and then they
to
get it developed,
politics.
and then nobody can actually get their appointments, and nobody can afford, private healthcare either, and then they just take over the whole industry. But yeah, that's what they were trying to do here, and yeah, people like me were always referencing the UK's political climate prior to getting the universal healthcare, and then how it actually worked out. There's a reason. It's because the UK's health system sucks. It's awful. I mean, it is. If you get private healthcare, it's good, but you could also, if you've got money, come to the States. So why not do that?
Yeah. Well, the thing is when the NHS in Britain was set up, it was done like after World War, sort of like 1950s. And in them days, like it was basically they could repair broken arms or limbs and stitch you up in that. But as medical science has progressed, now they can practically cure cancer in that, innit? So that's expensive, and that's what like is not like fundamental. You can do an NHS sort of like where you can have free medical care sort of thing, but when it comes to a certain price sort of thing, it is sort of like where you're best off going private.
Yeah, I get what you mean. It's just weird like that, basically, where if you have any sort of healthcare, you may as well try to actually have money and do that. But yeah, the healthcare system in the UK with the nationalizing is just awful with that one. Nationalized healthcare.
Obi-Wan Vlog has a question for you.
Yeah, right. Well, Obi-Wan Vlog, I voted for Brexit. Yeah, because like the thing with the EU is they become a super state, and the wanting EU to become like America, as in like
I would love to see the UK return to its former glory. It does need to get away from the UN. It does. I mean, the UN has just been killing it, but a lot of British people were kind of upset afterwards because they did experience, some things going up. But it's like, well, that's going to happen when you cut off the mainland Europe. But yeah, I mean, like the UK was on its own for a long time, and it's still got America and everything. It just isn't considered part of the European Union anymore. That's all.
Well, it's kind of like how Quebec tried to get away from Canada.
Well, no, but Britain is still classed as part of the EU because even though we voted for Brexit, because the general election's coming up, it's Wednesday today, so it's tomorrow, sort of Thursday, where the Conservative government saying they want to make a deal with the EU, but we need to get out of the customs union and single market, because the customs union is where you got your freedom woman. We're sort of like America, where you can go through state to state without like having a passport. Well, the EU wants that in Europe, where you can just go through country to country. Well, you got a passport.
I am aware, yes, and it would be very, very scary because that's basically achieving the one world government that they're trying to achieve. At least the one European government.
Yeah. Well, like we voted to leave, but they had a bunch of.
That's damn right, Senate.
Sorry. Yeah, like the Ramonas, we call them, because what went against the democracy vote, and they was just not letting us leave without a deal. And so the Tories are saying they'll get a deal, but we'll still have the customs union, single market, because the single market is where they want the British pound to merge into the euro, but we want to keep our sovereignty.
I was going to say, they should keep the pound sterling. It's the most valuable. It's an amazingly valuable currency. I would never get rid of it for a euro.
No.
Why would you get rid of it for a crappy euro mark? You know what happened to the last mark? I'm just saying the mark has gone down many times. And that mark will fall too. But this pound sterling, as long as they're wise, will actually stick around. I mean, for a while, I think it's still more valuable than the USD. I mean, yeah, the pound sterling is a good currency. Why would you ever get rid of that for a crappy euro mark?
Yeah. I think it's like where the EU also. Wait there. I was going to cough.
Oh, he turned it off to cough, is what he was saying.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. I don't know how we got from Hulk to politics.
Yeah. Well, the EU.
It's the climate of the world today.
People just tune in. It's like, I came
educational
here.
Educational, this,
Educational.
Yeah, because like you'll probably be hearing like the results of like Britain, because like if it goes a certain way where we're thinking it is, like the left government, Labour, they're looking at a heavy defeat. But anyway, the EU, not only do they want us to merge the pound with the euro, they want us to merge our British army with their European superstate army, and everything will be controlled from Brussels. And that's why everyone was like wanting British sovereignty once Brexit.
Yeah, I'm not British, so my opinion doesn't matter, but I've been down for Brexit ever since I heard about it.
Yeah. Well, Trump, he wants to do a deal with Britain because he knows like it'll be pretty good sort of like deals, because we'll be like some quality stuff sort of thing, and we'll be buying like from America. And the reason why we can't is because the EU doesn't like it sets all our tariffs and that. So we, even though we do sell to America, we sell because we're part of the EU, and it's the EU that like sets all our tariffs and can give like health and other guidelines where they can set them. And so if Britain leaves and gets her own sovereignty, then we can like just trade with anyone who we think's
exactly. It'll be a true free trade system instead of being controlled but from the socialist governments in Europe. It'll be really good for the UK, but they just have to do it and put up with what happens in order for the future, basically.
Canadian politics are crazy as well.
Oh, well, in
Sorry,
France,
what was that,
Canadian politics are crazy as well.
Oh yeah, Trudeau.
Oh yeah, literally. Well, they come from a mixture of American and European politics anyway, so yeah, it's gonna happen.
We call him true dumb.
Oh yeah, he's a proper globalist, ass creeper. Don't know if he's because like Boris Johnson, he is like proper giving like the EU sort of like ultimatums, as in if you don't do us a good deal, then we'll leave, and that's what hopefully the Tories will do if they get in, or Conservatives.
Right? Yeah, exactly. And yeah, the funny thing is, I think the Conservative Party in England is kind of the messed up one there. If I'm not if I'm not mistaken, I think the Conservatives is like what they call the ones that don't want Brexit and stuff like that. The ones that want to be. I think the Socialists are kind of aren't they considered the Conservative Party there? Because I know it's a little weird with the names. It's not the same as ours. Because here the Conservative ones means you're more old Republic leaning, but there I don't think Conservative has the same meaning. Am I wrong?
Yeah. Yeah. Well, it's all changed because what happened was the Conservatives was like the Republicans, so like hard stance, as in we don't what we didn't have a health service or out until I said 1950 it came out. So like Conservatives were like no health service, and that if you get knocked down and die there, or you get knocked down and injured, and they're in, but the medical wasn't all that great. But and cut a long story short, when Labour got in the 1990s, they had the health service and unions, and the battle for there was wanted three main objectives: was a health service, unions, and minimum wage. Well, in the 1990s, Labour got in and they like set the minimum wage. So when they spent all the money, because it was like the Gulf War and all this, and like they went crazy spending, and probably some of it got siphoned. Well, cut long story short, Tories get back in because the bins aren't getting emptied. And instead of like the Tories taking away the minimum wage, they kept it. And so really, even though they're called like Conservatives and the Tories sort of thing, they are practically New Labour, because they call themselves New Labour back in the 90s, because they like knew that everyone wouldn't vote for Labour if they were going to spend all the money. And so they tried to make out like there was New Labour and they could spend the money more wisely, but they didn't. And so really, this Conservative Party is just New Labour from 1990. Same.
Yeah, exactly. So they're basically, what we would call they're all about, the Labor's Party, but really they're just trying to cater to people to try to get more votes. I mean, they don't really care. They'll just put in the unions for you, and then you can't be fired no matter what you do. And I get what you mean. So that's what I thought. Thanks for clearing that up, because I was wondering if I was correct about that. But the Conservatives are basically, just the Labor Party.
Yeah. Because one of the even one of the Labour politicians came out and said, we've got all our three main things that we wanted, and so we're happy. And so he's probably voting Conservative now.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, thanks for clearing that up, because I had wondered if I was correct about that, because it seemed like the Conservatives were the Labour Party, but they always called themselves Conservative, which to us on this side of the pond is confusing. I'm like, but wait a minute, wouldn't that mean you'd be for no minimum wage and just allow, because because you don't need one. People should just know what you should inform your populace on what they should demand when they go to the job. Then you don't have that whole government interference, and they just don't work for those people. Because I won't work if it's below what minimum wage is, unless I absolutely, you know what I mean? Like, why not? Why would I? I mean, you can make more than that. Minimum wage is always way below what you can actually make if you're good at a job anyway. So it never made any sense to me.
I think that's for the big companies, or because like them, they can like just like say no, well we're not paying, and if they've got a bit of a monopoly got going, and they're their only jobs offered, then some people. So I don't mind the minimum wage. I'm all for the minimum wage, but like with socialism, you've got to be regulating it, and so you can't have the minimum wage too high, or else then the businesses can't earn a profit, and so they won't work.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. And like, I'm not saying that minimum wage needs to go. I'm saying that I don't actually find that it matters, since everybody I know makes over minimum wage because they want to, and the company won't get anybody working for them unless they they pay them a decent amount. So
Oh,
everybody I know makes
yeah.
over minimum wage. Literally, my buddy didn't even graduate. He makes $6,000 a month before taxes. He didn't even graduate.
Yeah.
I mean, literally, he makes bank, and I mean, I make money for doing almost nothing too. It's like, no, you make sure you get a good job, or you settle for what you make. I don't know, but yeah, minimum wage is not a problem. I wasn't saying that. I was just saying they are the party. I was just saying, clarifying, they're the party of trying to get all that stuff, basically.
Yeah. But the thing with minimum wage is you do have your smart people who are business minded and will like do sort of well at education at that, but then you just get sort of people like me where just a manual sort of trade job, sort of like just stacking shelves or on a production line. And for them workers, then the minimum wage is a sort of like essential sort of, because like when it's just like labouring, because most of it's getting done by machines and that, so you need a minimum wage for that.
Yeah, yeah, for that sense, just to keep any money flowing in whatsoever. But yeah, I get what you're saying with that, just because most of it's automated, and so they're not going to pay you very much. They're going to try to pay you as little as possible, since most of your job is. Yeah, I get what you're saying. So the minimum wage does ensure that, but yeah, I just always found that, because what happens when they introduce a higher minimum wage is the price of everything goes up. Every time. Like I watch it, if they raise the minimum wage 25 cents, everything goes up 25 cents. I just always weary of that, because I'm like, let's just leave it the same. That way you can still buy stuff.
Well,
because otherwise the price goes up.
Yeah, but it does have to go up with inflation, but you do it to the inflation prices. It's when like they're wanting it to get doubled. Like AOC, she's like, oh, you double the minimum wage. It's like, no,
yeah,
you double
exactly.
the minimum
Okay, so you get it. Keep it going with inflation. Don't double it. Yep, exactly.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, exactly.
Well, it's like they raise the minimum wage, and then the price of everything just goes up. So what's the difference? But
Venezuela is a big one for that. Where see what they do is the wage, the higher the minimum wage, and then most of the people, like most of the companies, can't like pay them, and so the government takes over, and they own the companies, and to pay the workers, what they do is the money they like just put extra notes on the money sort of thing, and they devalue it sort of thing, and so it's a vicious circle where every time they want more money, they just devalue the currency, and so like they get like prices. That's when the inflation goes real crazy in that, because the paying people like 2 or 3 grand a week, but then bread loaves costing like $1.50. So they're really working for a bread loaf and a half, because like bananas was going like for like crazy money in that.
Yeah, especially being on England, where they don't want to grow outside of a greenhouse. I imagine that kind of stuff is expensive. Any sort of thing like, yeah, cashews and coffee beans are expensive where I live for that reason, because they don't like to grow here. I assume you have the same problem with that. So yeah, with agricultural differences, different products will be different prices depending on what grows in the region. But yeah, I get exactly what you're talking about with the inflation. Yeah, if you keep, the only way I've found that minimum wage works is if they just keep it going with inflation. So every time inflation goes up, raise it with inflation and leave it there.
Yeah.
Well, that's like Seattle, right? They all the people that were like, working at like McDonald's and shit, were like, oh, we need a $15 an hour minimum wage, so we.
Yeah, I remember, and I already told him that everything in the stores would go up accordingly, and it did. And I was like, "Yep."
And they're like, we need to be able to make a living wage, and it's like, I'm like, you're flipping a damn burger, and you want to get paid $15 an hour to flip a damn burger. Well, they got their $15 $15 an hour minimum wage, but you know what else they got? They got McDonald's and some of those other places putting in damn kiosks so people can just walk up and push a couple of buttons and order the damn shit themselves, and they don't have to pay a human being.
Exactly, which they could have just settled for like 14 an hour and had an actual job. Yep, exactly. It's irony that people don't get this. It's like you will be replaced if you become more expensive than the machine.
Obi-Wan, I think global warming is a hoax.
I think it's real.
Well, I think it's
I think
it's
it's
not
by the
global
sun.
warming. It's climate change.
Yeah. But
they had to change it because actually I've seen like studies,
It's
articles, whatever, that like we've actually
most of that stuff
the
climates do change. The earth does get hotter and colder. The earth went through a small ice age. Europe went through a small ice age in the 13th century. Rivers just froze the fuck over that had never frozen before, and it stayed that way for years. And then so I'll believe that the earth went through a heat phase when I was a kid. But guess what? Where I am now, it gets down to 60. It might get down to 60 below, which would be our all-time record low for this area. So if anything, I'm going back to the cooling thing. So I don't know that we affect it so much as the Earth was always doing that, because that was way before the Industrial Revolution. That was 13 something. Way before the Industrial Revolution.
Well, like Greenland, which is what Trump wanted to buy.
I don't think he actually wanted to buy it, but
I
don't know if that's real or a joke, but that's funny because over here that's more of a joke. But Greenland is called that because it used to be green. Yep.
Yeah. And
they actually reversed it. The Vikings were being clever, and they named
the Vikings because
the Vikings died, bud. The Vikings literally they tried to live there, and it got really, really, really cold. They got there in the 10th century. Columbus got here in 1492, but the Vikings were in Greenland in the 10th century. Europeans were in contact with the Pope all the way back in England, and all the way back in mainland like Spain and all that stuff. Back in those days, but then those people got cut off and died. We don't know if they tried to go home or if they just starved, but all their animals died, and we find evidence that they just died in their homes. It's
but when they got there, it was nice and green, because that's why they started taking the animals there, and that's when it got cold.
Yep,
and now
exactly, they were building churches. They had the cattle and everything, so they could survive on meat. And when the meat all died, they had no vegetables.
Yeah, but
they had no agriculture, so when all the animals started dying because it got too cold,
they
didn't have enough.
Yeah, but you're saying the time they got there, it was like nice and sort of like grassy and that, so they could plant
exactly. Exactly. They were able to raise animals and bring animals there from Europe, and they did, and then all of them died, and then so did the Scandinavians that had tried to settle it. We find their remains. You can look it up. There's documentaries.
Yeah. Well, you're saying like, but for global change and that.
Yeah, exactly. It just suddenly changed. All of a sudden, Greenland became cold, and they died. And they, like, by the 13th century, there's no records of any communication with those people. They were gone.
I think it's to do with the sun, because if the sun, which is visible, that the sun would be hotter and colder in like a flame. Some parts it produces more heat, and then other times, and if it's sort of that the sun's sort of getting hotter, because it could be exploding, we don't know. But if it's getting hotter, it only makes sense that like Earth would get hotter. Probably.
Yeah, if the sun was going through fits of heating up in temperature, like a solar flare and stuff like that. Yeah, I get what you're saying.
If the sun was gonna explode, I wouldn't worry.
No. There's nothing you can do. It's just gonna go boom. No, he's talking about the flaring of the sun.
Yeah.
If the sun does flare up and get hotter, that's what he's talking about. And he's just wondering he's basically saying he wonders if it could stay that way long enough
yeah.
to change anything.
Yeah, that's
And
what I think. Yeah.
I wouldn't be against that idea. It's a gigantic thing of burning hydrogen in space. I mean, if it flares up, I heat my house with a propane heater, and when it's a completely different ballpark if you just slightly change that setting, because it's just the flame gets twice as big, it's twice as hot. But yeah, I get what he's saying. If the sun's capable of doing that, burning it different instead of burning, if the sun doesn't burn consistently, which we know it doesn't, then yeah, it could either be hotter or colder depending on that. But also, it just has to do with the fact that certain areas get certain weather, and it just like sometimes every 40 years or so, weather will change slightly. Because where I live now is different than where I grew up. But where I grew up used to snow all the time, but then it doesn't really snow anymore. But it gets cold and rainy and freezes over, so it's not getting warmer. It's just it doesn't snow as much. Don't get as many snow clouds as apparently, because like my grandparents talk about growing up in Lebanon and walking to school in the snow. It's like I never really did that. It just not because I didn't walk, because it was always slush. It always would freeze. Just turned into that slushy garbage. It never turned into anyway. Just the clouds in that area had changed. And that's really the idea. My thing with that is that the Earth has been changing long before us, and if all humans died, the Earth would still change. That's just my opinion.
And these people, like Greta Thunberg, or whatever her name is, she's complaining to the wrong people if it is man-made climate change, because most of the West is
hypocrites because they use phones and drive cars and all that.
Oh yeah, but no, yeah, but so do we. But the West has a pretty low admission, so because like you remember.
Yeah, have you ever seen China? Just Google China without the Photoshop. Google the real China sky. Google any of the lakes around any of the three cities. Like Google the lakes around Shanghai. It's bad.
Oh, two of the highest pollutant countries in the world are China and India.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Because they don't clean any. I mean, like they just don't clean like we do. So I don't know why everybody always acts like we're the most unclean people when we are the most clean people. We invented this whole "you must be clean all the time" thing. Humans didn't used to do that.
Clean energy. Because the China and India know that if they start using like clean energy and like wind farms and all that, like they don't be able to like keep their countries going.
I think recycling is the biggest scam in the world because it just goes back to China where they throw it in the dump.
Yeah,
exactly. I was going to say a lot of recycling is not even just that. It also takes so much energy to recycle stuff. It's almost about the same process as making it from scratch. The only thing with that is like recycling paper makes the tree huggers happy.
Yeah.
Well, the thing about recycling, I mean,
I recycle tons of paper, by the way, but I know why I do it. It's because it makes the tree huggers happy.
It's good to it's good to like reuse stuff, but the thing I actually like about recycling is the fact that it could if we had more recycling places, like people could actually like people could get jobs in that field or something, but
the thing is though, those recycling places, all that stuff ends up going in the trash anyway at the end of the day.
Well, some of it does get recycled and that, but there is some scams where, they will just ship it off somewhere else, and like it's thingy dumping. I forgot what it's called, but fly tipping, waste dumping sort of thing, and so someone just chuck into it. But there is a lot of plastic stuff because I think most of the plastic will be like. Because they go to China, and China's like, oh yeah, we'll recycle this, and then just chuck it in the sea. But they're getting paid for it, aren't they?
Yeah, that sounds about right.
Oh, all that Star Wars stuff that got recycled. It's
Oh yeah,
yeah.
you see
Yeah,
that?
exactly.
It's pretty funny. Yeah, they just
Yeah, they've taken to
throw
yeah.
it up.
We live in the age of recycle. Even all our people that are so-called artists, all they do is recycle actual artist work and then call it their own.
Yeah. What's that band that right? I forget what they're called.
Or-
But
Did you see that poster that Star Wars did? They stole a fan art.
Yeah, the one with the space fleet that was like the
Yeah.
outline.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, that would add days, isn't it?
Yeah, they didn't even. I don't think they even credited the artist. It's like,
No.
Welcome
Probably
to
have
Disney
to-
Star Wars, where they rip off the fans and then act like they have no source material, even though everything they do, literally every stupid freaking Krylo, he's basically a parody of Darth Kratos.
yeah,
And yeah, his first name Ben, that was actually his brother. He looks like the
Yeah.
painting, the pictures in Dark Empire of Darth Kratos.
Well,
Yeah,
Ben-
Kratos, I think is
Ben was actually-
It's been years since I was into the EU, but yeah, I remember Dark Empire and like I knew what they did as soon as freaking Force Awakens came out. JJ is such a hack, dude. It's pedonkulous how much of a hack he is.
Ben was actually Ben Skywalker, not Ben Solo.
Yeah,
Oh,
I guess
yeah.
so. It was Ben. Yeah, it was Ben Skywalker, not Ben Solo. Yeah.
yeah, his cousin.
Yeah, and yeah, Kratos kills Ben, and yeah, like, but then somehow he became. Yeah, they kind of like crammed Ben into his name. Anyway, it's weird, but he clearly was ripping off Dark Empire in that sense.
Yeah.
Oh, Bionic Belly Button is in the chat. Thank
Oh,
God we
yeah.
stopped talking
Yeah,
about
Bionic Belly
politics.
Yeah.
Yeah. But yeah,
Hi,
it makes
hi
sense.
BB.
Yeah.
Yes, I'm still awake, and yes, I'm not currently doing homework, but my paper will be done on time, and I will pass my class. I promise.
Yeah. Bionic Belly Button says Tommy is in the chat. Is he? Right,
Yeah,
Tom?
Tommy's in the chat.
Yeah.
Tommy's a great fella.
Yeah.
He's always in everyone's chat.
Tommy is, yeah, without a doubt, my favorite subscriber. I don't have very many, and I like all. I know who all my subscribers are, and yeah, I totally love all of them. But Tommy's the one who always comments. He's always out here adminning for other people in the fandom. Yeah, he's definitely the best subscriber you could ever have.
The only bad
Yeah.
thing about Tommy, is
Uh-oh.
he's on the anti-Baby Yoda train.
No.
Like
Yeah.
Ryan Kinnell.
Yeah, that's just
Oh,
he's
yeah, I
like
didn't know
me
that.
and he hates everything that Disney does. If it wasn't made by George or isn't from the original, it just seems to suck inherently. Even The Mandalorian, as much as I like it, it's still dull. Like it, I watched the pilot, but that's all I could get into. It's dull. I don't care. They ruined Skywalker.
I
Yeah.
don't have any major gripes about The Mandalorian so far.
No, I don't either. It's just boring.
Well, I've got one. When the warrior woman punctures him, and like some people saying, "Oh yeah, she was punching stealing that because she had some gloves on, and maybe
At
there was
least with like Clone Wars, you knew where the end game was. Like you knew that the Order 66 would happen and all that. But
yeah,
with,
exactly.
like,
We knew that
Mandalorian,
would because first off, we
it's
were
like-
told that Anakin had betrayed the Jedi, helped the Empire hunt down and destroy the Jedi Order that had reigned
Yeah.
for 1,000 years. So we knew a bunch about the prequels.
Yeah.
I did anyway, because I was a
I mean,
Star Wars nut even when those were coming out.
yeah. With the Mandalorian, it's like, what does this all end with Jake Skywalker?
Yeah, well, I
Basically.
am a bit worried about the Mandalorian, but up to now, I've been enjoying it. It has been a bit of a cheap sort of Western sort of update. But
Yeah,
Well, yeah, that's
I
because
mean, it's all right.
Dave Filoni has also likes westerns, and so yeah,
Yeah, although
yeah.
the expanded universe fans hate Filoni, so
Well, I've noticed because Muller he was like saying and oh I forget who by the way saying like he didn't really like it and there was daft bits in it and why did it, but it's an action film and that, so as long as the action's good.
It's supposed to be like a spaghetti western. I mean,
Yeah.
and this is, you know, it's actually more Favreau's baby than it is Filoni as far as like, you know, the whole guts of the show. But yeah, it's supposed to be it's the show is definitely inspired by like the old spaghetti westerns of like the 70s.
I think season 2
exactly.
is
Like I
go
said, it
downhill
definitely is
though.
inspired by the spaghetti westerns, and you can just tell. It's also
And,
the pilot episode was heavy homage. Like literally, he references the blue guy, the cheesy, corny blue guy in the first episode. References what is it? Getting Home for Life Day, which is an homage to the holiday special. And then after that, he's shoved into Carbonite, which is just an homage to Empire, which I was cool with because I think it's supposed to take place after
Did
the
you
original
see
trilogy.
that there was like
Han Solo was the
George
first person to be
Lucas
frozen in
in
Carbonite. Lando
Carbonite?
was debating as to
And
whether
then
Han would even survive the process because it had never been done before. But at that point, it's like, yeah, it's what they're gonna do, you know. And then, like, I mean, even the gun that the Mandalorian had in the pilot episode was reminiscent of the gun he had in the holiday special. I mean, it's all meant to be fan.
did you see that did you see that like George Lucas
the
was
show
in
is supposed to be
Carbonite
5 years
and
after
Kathleen Kennedy was
Return of the
in
Jedi.
Carbonite?
Yeah.
Oh, does the show take place 5 years after?
That didn't look anything like cray KK to me, but yeah, no, the Mandalorian is it's 5 years after Return of the Jedi.
Yeah.
So
I mean, you can tell because of the scene
we're
where,
past the
with
timeline of the original
Hux and
trilogy.
stuff like that.
Yeah. Although what gets me is like Mos Eisley feels empty, especially after that whole special edition scene where it's like extremely busy in Return of the Jedi. It's like it feels empty.
And that could have to do with the fact that it's a show and not a film, because I'm sure they had to use budget where it was necessary because, well, Disney won't fund anything good.
Yeah. Although they've been funding it more than their like Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. type shows.
I got a couple of questions to
like
answer.
I said, it's designed to bring people back in. So they, of course, put money into it. Sorry, what's the question?
Well, like BB said, when Cara Dune punches Mando in his armor, that was dumb. But I still like the show. Well, like I mean, some people might have to like pause it to notice. But she has like basically she's got knuckle pads, you know, or something. She's got something over her knuckles. So it's not like she's it's not like she's bare knuckle punching the helmet, because that would freaking hurt like a mother.
There's actually a technique for hitting somebody in the helmet called a palm strike, so that you don't break the knuckles. So if you have knuckle dusters built into your gloves, you can smash somebody's helmet with a closed fist. There's no problem there. I know all about martial arts. You can if you've got knuckle dusters.
But she wanted to know what a spaghetti western is, and the term spaghetti western came from they would go over to Italy. They would go over to Italy and shoot these western films because it was cheaper, and whatnot than it was for to do it in here in the States for some reason, actually. So they were all made in Italy, so that's why they were called spaghetti westerns.
Yeah, because
exactly. They were all made, in like weird, funny places like that. Yeah, I forgot about that.
Because in once a time in Hollywood, the actor like has to go to Italy and that. There's something like that, or he don't want to go to Italy or something. Well, yeah, you're damn right though. There were the spaghetti westerns. Good, yeah.
Yeah, it is definitely dumb, bionic belly button. Blunt trauma through armor is the only way to hurt somebody through armor. You can't cut it though. So I mean, bashing is the only way. But yeah, she should have had a mace or something realistic, like an electric sci-fi mace or something.
Well, I could like forgive the gloves because I can imagine because the gloves looked a bit thin. But I can imagine
like special Mandalorian armor, right? So
yeah, but it don't matter how strong it is. It's like it's not going to dent it. It was more shaking his head. But the punch that I thought was a bit over the top was when she proper like hits him and his head just goes smack into the ground. Because that was a bit like it's hard to believe, but when like someone twice his size does that to someone, if they're supposed to be like a Mandalorian who's tough, but I like it though.
The one thing about her, I get, or like for lack of a better term, excuse you can make for Cara Dune is she was she's a former rebel shock trooper, which is basically like special forces.
So, well, that's the thing though.
She knows how to deal out the punishment.
Yeah. That's the thing though. I believed it sort of like she could sort of have a go at the Mandalorian, but I couldn't believe that she'd be able to knock him to the ground like that. Even if it had been a dude who was playing their part, if a dude because she had arms like a dude. If a dude who was the same size did that, I'd have still thought, that's a bit too unbelievable. If it was a dude like a foot or something bigger and like a foot or two wider did that, then I could believe it more.
Well, you don't have to be a big. You don't have to be a big dude to freaking knock somebody down. I mean,
no, you don't. You don't. When it's
look at freaking Bruce Lee, man.
You don't off the
like,
you have to have some power. Yeah, but that'd be hitting your chin, and that's like a sweet spot. But hitting someone's head with enough force
that usually involves smashing the temple or the chin or something like that, which knocks you down instantly. Your balance is gone.
Yeah, but like hitting someone's head that hard that the head flies to the ground with the legs up because it was a proper like. If it'd been hit by like an anvil or something, to do that, you have got to have some weight and power behind you. And I just didn't think that character did the. I had her all right fighting. I thought I could believe she could fight, but I just couldn't believe she could hit that hard.
Yeah. I don't know. I didn't really think too much about it. I mean, I still thought it was a good fight scene.
Yeah. I'd say it was good stuff.
And I
I don't think he was bashing on it being a good or a bad fight scene. I think he was just saying that was the moment when the immersion broke for him because he's like, yeah, right.
Well, I did think though the Mandalorian was being a bit of a gentleman. As in, he was 80% in it, sort of thing. He didn't really want to go too mad.
I just thought it was funny. I just thought it was funny as shit when they, like they were down on the ground, kind of wrestling, and then they both draw their guns on each other, and then you look over and see Baby Yoda, and he's like, "Want some?"
Yeah,
I thought that was funny. You know, some people were like,
Yeah.
"Oh God, yeah, it's so corny," and I don't know, I liked it. But.
Oh yeah, well, I can see like I saw the fight as a bit of a friendly fight, as in they didn't want to kill each other, they just wanted to knock it one of them out, so they wouldn't do the job whatever they was going to do. But yeah, I saw it as a bit of a like friendly fight, then like all out to the death, sort of like they wanted to kill each other.
Yeah, I get what you mean. It's not a fight to the death. It's just a sparring match, so to speak. But it's a very serious sparring match to the knockout or whatever.
Yeah. I think that's when they pulled the guns out because it was like, oh, this is getting a bit serious. But yeah.
I don't know. I'm just waiting for him to bring her back.
Oh yeah. Well, they might do at the end. It could be one of them where it's a big sort of like shootout or whatever, and they need all the like help or something. But I think they got going down the sort of like single sort of one-off episodes of like the loner comes to town, like on Lone Wolf and Cub, where most of that. And if you watch the series, because they did a series of Lone Wolf and Cub, and it's just like the loner comes to town. He might not help everybody, but he sort of like does a little bit of good. The A-Team sort of like Magnificent Seven, like one-man army. So I think, which I like. That's why I've been liking the Mandalorian, because it's been like pretty short on the storyline, so they've had to do the action and like fighting scenes pretty good.
Yeah, I mean the laser fights and stuff like that look awesome and all that. I mean it definitely was cool because it kind of reminded me of the prequels and reminded me of all that cool laser stuff that was amazing in the early 2000s because we'd just never seen CGI like that. But yeah, it was definitely cool that we can actually get a TV series that it has CGI and CGI and props that are almost on par with sections of the prequel series. But yeah, because I mean there are some shots in that look almost as good as what would have been top-notch CGI in the early 2000s.
Some of it, and because they Favreau made a point about using practical effects, and like when you see like the Razor Crest, like flying through space or whatever. That's a freaking miniature.
Yeah, a little model,
being
that's
filmed
cool. They're going
by
back to
camera,
practical effects.
just like it was
back
in the day.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Well, like it's sometimes pretty effective, that, because there was a Bond film where they needed to blow up a building. Well, it was a hangar, and they built a little miniature and exploded it, and they like had like little sort of like panels sort of in it, and so when it exploded, you could see all the panels flying off and that. And when you see it, you're thinking, oh yeah, they must have blown up a full size air sort of hangar, but then you see it, no, it's a little model.
Well, I mean, literally, that's what the original Star Wars was. The opening crawl, he actually moved the camera in front of that text. I mean, that text was laid out on a black background that looked like space, and they moved the camera in front of it. And then after that, you see the models of the ships, and they're moving by the screen, and it's amazingly immersive. It's literally just toys moving in front of a screen. It's amazing, right? That's practical effects for you that are used properly. But most of the time, it's actually cheaper to do CGI because as expensive as we think all these films are, if they did all these films practical effects, they'd be $1 billion it'd cost $1 billion to make a film. I mean, literally all that practical effect. Wow, that would be crazy to build all that. So they don't. They just CGI it.
Yeah, well, they rely sometimes too much on CGI. I think, because sometimes a model, if it's nicely done in that, it is more real, because you will get sort of like a better feel for it than CGI, because
Yeah,
it
I
is
know
real.
exactly what you mean. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's far more immersive if it's a practical effect like that. If it's an actual physical thing versus CGI, because CGI just doesn't. It didn't even used to look real at all. The first CGI movie ever was The Last Starfighter, and I mean that thing literally goes freaking N64 video game on you. I mean, it's the worst CGI ever. It's an interesting, funny old movie, but yeah, The Last Starfighter is hilarious. But yeah, I mean, the CGI in it is so fun. It's like my PS1 could do better than that. Anyway, yeah, I get what you
I'm
mean.
gonna
And
tell
even to
Mom
this
about your
day,
Playboys.
Play what?
It's a line out of the Last
Oh
Starfighter.
yeah.
His younger brother.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Sorry, I didn't get it at first.
Yeah,
that's
the
funny.
younger brother wouldn't leave him alone, and he's like, "I'm gonna tell Mom about your Playboys."
Oh yeah, exactly. Yeah, and then he just leaves the room instantly.
I thought you got get out your little shit or something like that. But no, I don't want to say about.
Or no, wait, he goes back to bed. That's what he does. He goes back to bed.
Yeah.
It's been years since I saw that movie. I saw that movie when I was a kid.
Yeah.
I seem like I heard something about them making a part 2. You know, like, but have them. They're doing it like it's like a continuation. Where it's like actually been all this time.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, because that show was supposed to get a sequel, but it never did. You can tell where they left it. They left it wide open. He takes off to space with his girlfriend, and it just leaves it right there. And it's like it was clearly, and also the bad guy got away at the end. If you watch it, I don't know how long it's been since you saw that film, but the bad guy gets away, and then he takes off to space to be the last starfighter. It kind of was always setting itself up for if they wanted to do a sequel.
Yeah, I think in the 80s, I think it was a rule that if you like didn't have an ending that could possibly go on to a sequel, they won't make it unless it was somewhat amazingly good.
Yeah, back in the days before they were all pieces of shit. Yeah, exactly. Like that, they used to actually write stories to where it could actually continue. Yeah, exactly. And nowadays they're just like, oh fuck it, it can all continue because we'll just make up some bull crap. We'll do it all in post.
Yeah. We'll get George Lucas in, and then we'll have him describe exactly what direction we should do his.
And then we'll do the opposite.
Yeah. No,
exactly. And then we'll throw it out and do the opposite. That's exactly how they make film. It's hilarious. Yeah, I would believe, by the way, those rumors about him trying to come in and fix it and them going with KK's version. I would believe that every day. Because I'll bet he would do it just out of the kindness of his heart to try to write something. It's not much for somebody like George Lucas. He's a naturally gifted writer. He actually comes up with all kinds of
what gets me though is like that video, right? Where and freaking Cray is like, oh yeah, we're gonna honor your character. And it's
that
like
kind of shit literally pisses me off beyond words. Yes, I know what you mean. The worst part is that she watched Star Wars when she knows what it's like to watch Star Wars for the first time when you're 7. It's like, no, you don't. You were born in the 50s, bitch. You're old.
Yeah. KK smile and all when she's saying, "Oh, I'll look after this like it's my own." At the time, you might think, "Oh, yeah, she looks like she won't lie about hating the franchise." But looking back, you can see the devil in her eyes, thinking, "How am I going to get my venomous social justice warrior clause into this.
Yeah, exactly. She was basically a studio wife and a political activist for years before she became anybody, and it's really because George chose her as his predecessor, but then sold it also to Disney. So she was already in with Disney and was going to be in charge of it anyway. He just handed it over to her.
She was like involved with Spielberg, or like she was doing stuff for Spielberg or something, and that's how she got to know George, was through Spielberg.
Yep, exactly. You'll actually find her name in the credits of E.T., even unedited. She was actually there, but she's nobody. She didn't do anything.
Yeah.
She's part of the cast. She didn't do it. Not part of the cast, but she's part of the behind the studios thing. But she's not the director, the producer, or anything like that. It's like she was basically a studio wife. She was there. She was there.
Seems like I heard she was one of the dancing girls in one of the Indiana Jones movies. I don't know whether it was the first one or second one, but
well, that would have been a long.
She was like one of the belly dancers or something.
Yeah, it might be the first one because they are in like Egypt sort of thing, aren't they? But...
It would probably be either the first one or I don't remember. Are there any belly dancers in the temple when they first? Because when they first get to the Temple of Doom, it seems all normal, and I think they do have like dance. Or no, I know they have the dinner table, and they're all creeped out at the dinner table.
Or it could be like
it would probably be the first one.
It probably was Raiders. It probably was Raiders.
Yeah. I was gonna say like the second one is with the stone in it, and there's like a sort of witchcraft sort of tribe that like worship these stones. And that are like
well, those stones are real. Those stones that the movie, they just don't do what they do in the movie. There are real stones that have been found that look like those.
Yeah. But I was gonna say, like just look like normal stones, and you think they are, but obviously we've been in Indiana Jones film and that the mystical sort of side comes out, and you find out no, they are sort of like these crazy sort of glow sort of stones that when you chant some kind of ritual, they're like set on fire.
Yeah, exactly. That was probably one of the better parts of the movie is that they all just burn out the bottom of the bag anyway, so it was all pointless.
Yeah. Well, one of the things where I think I had to do it, didn't he? So he got that dude off him or something, because it was on the ladder bit, but I can't remember exactly. But yeah, because he thinks all one, doesn't he? He saves one, doesn't he, to bring back to the tribe at the end.
Yeah, he does save the one to bring back like he said he would. But other than that, all the rest of them that they are supposed to have made all the kids dig up just fall into the river at the end anyway.
Yeah.
The one.
Yeah.
Well, that's okay because Michael Douglas went back and found him. Him and Kathleen Turner.
Yeah, romance in this stone. Yeah.
That's funny.
Yeah, Jewel in the Nile was all right because the bit made me laugh is when
those are good movies. I liked them.
Oh yeah. But the Jewel in the Nile.
Yeah, that was before the death of Hollywood. All that stuff that we're talking about now is like the fun times, the good old days, man, when cinema was fun.
Even like the corny shit, like Escape from New York and stuff like that. That was
stuff like that.
Yeah.
Or the original Total Recall, which hasn't aged that well, but was still a great film at the time. If you watched that back in the 90s, it was great.
Well, I would
do you remember Small Soldiers?
Yeah. Where you think it's
I love that one.
Yeah, you think it's the humans, toy soldiers, that are like the goodies, but it turns out that they're sort of like goodies.
Are we talking? Toy Soldiers, the movie where the soldiers come to life. Yeah, that was.
And it's the like creature ones.
Toy Soldiers is the old school freaking military academy movie with like C. Thomas Howell and all those guys.
Oh, yeah, that must be what I'm thinking of. I was like, are we talking about that one where like the toys came to life? It was before Toy Story. The toys came to life and attacked everybody.
Yeah, that was
Well-
Small Soldiers. Yeah,
well-
that was with Kirsten Dunst and
Yeah.
Yeah, that one. Yeah, they're that. Yeah, that's that. Yeah, I was trying to remember what we were talking about. Yeah,
because the goodies in them, they're like one's a tiger, sort of half tiger, human sort of thing, and they're animal sort of things, and they think that they're gonna be like taking over the world, so that's why they're trying to kick them. But they're not. They're like because it was real. Because it's one of them mad sort of films where at the beginning, the people who create the toys want them to be like friends and that, but then the like toy designers like, no, they can't have that. They need to be enemies and that. And then that's when like it's a real good film. I like that film. Yeah,
that was a cool one.
Yeah.
All right. I don't know why. I guess talking about older stuff made me think about this, right? Now I watched. I did watch the Twilight movies. Okay, I have no shame. I will admit it. Right.
I will.
That's bad. Did your eyes melt? Did you have to go to the hospital for an aneurysm?
Here's the thing, though.
I had to be depressed one day just to watch them. I was like,
here's the thing, though. My vampires, okay. My vampires came from Santa Carla, okay.
Or what about Strain? Have you watched the TV show Strain? Now those are vampires.
But I mean, like Kiefer Sutherland and those other kids, you know, in the Lost Boys. Now those were vampires, you know.
Yeah. Well, talking about Twilight, I saw that one where it's a werewolf dude in sort of werewolf prison. One of the Twilights went sort of like.
Yeah,
I think
I prefer the original Twilight series. That is a mind fuck of a show, man. That's one of my favorite old black and whites. Is the actual Twilight Zone with Rob Sterling. Rob Sterling.
You dimension of sight and sound.
Yeah, that was a true piece of art right there. That was a mind fuck.
The one episode that sticks out to me was the like the chick who was getting plastic surgery, and you know, and
when you find at the very last, she's a normal, like she's very attractive, and they're all hideous ape-like things.
And they all had
By the way,
like
that was making fun of like basically what we would call the SJW culture. They all think we should be like them, and they're the hideous ones, and they're all complicit and conformant. Anyway, that is a spooky, weird one, but that it's kind of just making fun of those, or an homage to that sort of world where everybody's backwards, and they think that that something that's fucked up and ugly is the norm, and that's kind of what it was going with that.
Yeah,
because,
sorry, we're switching back.
I haven't seen the originals on Netflix yet.
Twilight and the Twilight Zone. So
the Twilight Zone. Sparkly vampires. Sparkly Batman.
Yeah. I'm sorry, but my vampires don't sparkle. Okay.
Yeah. That is where everybody drew the line, dude. That's a meme, literally. That's like Ghostbusters 2016 of bad writing. Sparkly vampires. I mean, the same woman gave us 50 Shades of Grey, so we shouldn't be surprised.
Well, but at least 50 Shades of Grey was, you know, it made sense.
Obviously, I guess it makes sense. It's even if it is just literally a weird, messed up story that she totally wrote while horny. You know it. I mean, my gosh, she's just like, I've got a weird, perverted story. I'm gonna write it out on my phone. That's literally what she did.
50 Shades of Grey is definitely like freaking softcore, you know. But
Oh yeah, definitely. It is incredible. That's why it's boring to me. It's not even interesting. It's not even hardcore enough to be interesting. It's just dull, but it's like still like it's just weird. It's like why would you write that on your phone? Anyway, I don't know. It was just funny. She wrote that on her phone one day, like literally. The Twilight is her main legacy, and then she wrote that kind of just on her phone.
I don't know if any of you have watched The Strain. It was on FX. It was basically based off of a couple books. And it was like a different take on vampires. They were like a virus type thing.
Oh, yeah. Is it where the balls drop off and they start producing eggs?
Yeah, and then they have like really long tongues.
Yeah. Well, I saw a bit of it in there. Like,
familiar and weird, but
I'm
I don't
sorry,
know.
I'm not going to watch anything where the balls fall off. No.
Yeah, it's real funny because like the best.
And then there's like parasites, and that makes you become a vampire or some shit.
No, you lost me with the balls falling off. I'm sorry.
Yeah. Well, what it is for some reason there's like this strain, and if humans take it, it's like a very good high, and then the like first person you see is like this rock and roller who's like taking it so he can like start rocking out and that, and he's getting like quite famous and that, and he's getting money, so he's taking more and more, and then at one stage you see him like going for a piss, and you hear like a plop, and then so like looks, and then you see like a camera of like him with no balls because no testicles, he just fully drops off, and then I was like, all right, and then I didn't really go much for it, but it seemed all right. Like, but I used to watch that bit of like True Blood. That wasn't too bad.
I don't know.
It's like,
if that's the only part you remember.
True Blood was an awesome show. I love True Blood.
Yeah. There was some times where
True Blood was interesting, definitely. I mean, if you had nothing else to watch, I remember watching it when there was nothing else on and actually getting into it.
Yeah. Tommy says we see enough balls falling off in Star Wars. You're right.
You definitely
right, exactly. They lopped, if they didn't fall off, they just were lopped off. But yeah, exactly. They just put a rubber band and said, "Well, sooner or later."
You definitely
that's
got
how you
your
do that, by the way. You know that's how you do that. If you put a rubber band on any animal's testicles, they'll just fall off. They'll die and fall off.
Yeah. Well, Finn and Poe, they could get like neutered.
I had actually high hopes for.
Yeah, there's an actual neutering surgery. I was just saying the old-fashioned way is to kill them.
You know, then they fucked them up. But you know, when I first saw Force Awakens, you know, there was kind of hope for those characters, and then they completely fucked them over. So
yeah, like second date in it, first date. Oh, seems lovely. Got on well. Oh, there's a bit of problems, but let's see how the second date goes.
Yeah,
I don't know. I didn't like The Force Awakens. I already thought Star Wars was dead when The Force Awakens dropped. People had to bring it over to my house and ask, if I bring it, will you watch it? And I said, sure. It's the only reason I watched it.
It was dead the moment
if
they
I bring
got
it,
rid
will
of the
you watch it? And I said, sure. But yeah, that's the only reason I've ever watched. I just thought it was all. I'm like, that's all I heard the script. I heard what happened. I'm like, well, that's garbage. I mean, literally, who's this Rey person? We shouldn't be meeting her until the second film, type thing. Introduce a new cast.
I don't know if you
cast, but
remember.
we already expected. I expected to see the old cast come back as a reprised role, which is what they marketed. And when it came out that that's not what we were getting, I didn't care anymore. I've hated J.J. Abrams for a while. I never liked him.
What happened to Jens?
Well, yeah. Well, what happened?
But,
He left.
I don't know. He left. What was I just gonna say?
I don't know. I was just talking about how, I watched the Force Awakens basically because somebody else brought it over, and other than that, I was never going to watch it. I mean, they'd already.
I don't know if you remember the first time we saw like the images of the cast. Everyone assumed like Daisy Ridley was going to play Jaina Solo, and Adam Driver was going to play Jason Solo.
Yeah, I do remember thinking that for a moment there that they were actually going to go more off of the EU, but they'd already killed the EU and LucasArts by that point, so I already knew. Like, by the way, yeah, they'd killed LucasArts, the thing that made all the video games and most of the like comic books and stuff. LucasArts was the one who did all the publishings and like all the video games. Yeah. So it's like once that was gone, then Disney basically was saying they were going to just contract it out to any company. And of course, they contracted the first game out to EA, which was just an awful disaster. I mean, it wasn't anything like the original Battlefronts. I mean, I just seen nothing but reasons to hate Star Wars. So I have not been on Disney Star Wars at all. I never was on the train ever.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, there was very clearly a set up story after Crucible that they could have done, and because a lot of people assume that they should have just adapted stories, but no, they should have just continued from the stories, because there is very clearly a story in between Crucible and Legacy.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, the EU that was my favorite EU, was the EU that took place after Jedi. I was never as big of a fan of the prequel EU. I always liked the original trilogy
I love
EU
the
that
prequel
covered.
EU.
I do like the prequel EU, don't get me wrong, but it's an endless prequel EU. It goes back, I mean, in no time, we'll be back 1,000 years. It's ridiculous. The prequel EU is ridiculous. Anyway, but the OG trilogy EU is very easy to follow.
Yeah. I did love, like, the period in between episode 3 and 4.
Don't get me wrong, dude. Darth Bane's freaking armor and all that was freaking awesome. But that's, over 1,000 years before where we are in the Star Wars film. So it's like, that's like shortly after the Sith race has fallen. And like most people never really read that far back. But it's like Bane basically came to the planet of the Sith and started the Sith Order with the rule of 2, but he wasn't really even a Sith race. That's
First
just
Plague is probably the best of the expanded universe. And I see a lot of like people say like that should be canon. It is canon within the Legends universe.
Yeah, it's all. I mean, and first off, EU canon was always whatever you as the individual made it. If you didn't like something, fine. It's a story. You're reading it, and you make your own version of Star Wars. But at the same time, don't diss somebody else who likes it. That's kind of how the EU was. We were actually quite accepting of everybody. But those days are gone now, thanks to Disney. I mean, you can still everybody will still like whatever they like. There's a lot of people that are never getting rid of their EU. They don't give a crap about what Disney thinks, but a lot of people have moved on. So, like in their mind, they're playing the new Disney stuff.
Yeah, I love
reading
this guy.
the new
Wish
Disney
upon an ass. Wish upon a bitch. Wish upon a cuck. Yeah.
Yeah, there he is again.
Gareth Bane books. Yeah.
Freaking. That's the thing though. Like the sequel trilogy, or the Disney movies, like they'd be making twice, if not triple, what they've made if they would have went with the EU stories.
Yeah. Well, I guarantee if they continued Legends as a separate universe,
which is why it literally makes me so angry, by the way, that I could punch Kathleen Kennedy when she says we didn't have any sources to go on, no inspiration, no material. Bullshit.
Yeah, I mean, even their new canon has
30 years worth or so. Yeah.
So she's basically throwing the new stuff under the bus as well.
She's been paid by like the people who want to ruin like the Hollywood sort of money making sort of business.
Yeah. So I've been telling all these like shills and SJWs they complain about how George Lucas never said the EU was canon and all that, even though there's quotes that prove that yes, it was always canon.
Yeah, certain
that
things
like
about the EU were always
Kathleen
canon.
Kennedy just views the new canon as merchandise, as toys, basically.
Yep, literally. Well said. Literally, I could not have said that better. It's literally just merchandise and toys. That's the EU. It's like, oh shit, the EU was actually the universe of characters that you got to interact with in the Star Wars universe. It was I played all the games. I mean, I played Star Wars TIE Fighter. That's one of the first games I ever played was Star Wars TIE Fighter. So it's like I was into the EU video games my whole life. So yeah, with that, that's why I haven't played a game since Battlefront 1. It's like I'm done. I did buy The Force Unleashed 2. I turned it on for a while. Within like the first 10 minutes, I was so overpowered. I didn't even care. I didn't even care though. I was so overpowered in the first like 10 minutes of 2.
Yeah,
I was like, the first one was epic. The first one you actually earned your power, but that one I'm just
I think
like,
it's because
I'm just
he's
an
a
overpowered clone.
Yeah, he's an overpowered clone. And then like the ending was awful. It's like that's one thing I'll say about the new canon is like they've made Vader into a beast.
Yeah.
Like I don't know if you've played Jedi Fallen Order. Like his
No, I
scene in
haven't
that-
yet. I wasn't even gonna buy
shit.
it.
I spoiled it.
Oh, it's fine, but I mean, I would have already kind of expected it based on the end of the Force, because the Force Unleashed. I mean, Vader and Palpatine, when you battle them in that end room, they're just both monstrous. But yeah, and like I mean, in that one, because like I mean, a lot of it just had to do with the way the old films were shot. I mean, Vader is one of the more powerful Force users of his own time period.
Yeah.
And in the EU, he always was capable of all kinds of ridiculously amazing feats for anybody in that universe.
I do remember that, like in the EU, Vader lost a lot of his power after the Mustafar battle.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I know exactly. Well, first off, because the Force is admitted through living flesh, and he had lost a lot of flesh.
Exactly.
Well, I'm gonna have to go in because my mate, I was helping him move some stuff. He's like text me and that saying, "Oh yeah, and you could come in to help me move some stuff and that." So I'm gonna have to sort of get going in that.
Oh yeah, we're up to 4
really good to have you on
hours
here.
anyway. So
Yeah, well, I'll be listening.
Yeah.
I'll be listening. Is because like it's just that like I can't sort of do much talking. So yeah, I've got to get sort of like some stuff ready and that. Then
I think we're gonna wrap it up anyway because it's 4 hours.
I was gonna say,
this is already going for about 4 hours, and I think this video definitely has plenty of content packed into it.
Yeah,
So.
that's for sure. So yeah, if Tommy wants to put all the channels in the chat, that would be awesome. And if you guys want to plug your channels, it would be awesome as well.
Yeah. My channel and that just Jens Pedder, which is my name, which I should really come up with a better name for a channel, but I need to get good content, and I've got like some content on my chat channel and that, and I'm going to try and put some more in because I'm going to like be giving my sort of like theory of the ending of what the last Skywalker's ending's going to be, and so I'll be doing that. And yeah, and cheers to Tommy for putting a link in the chat for us and that. And yeah.
Okay, Shellback.
Yeah, man. Well, I'm Showback TJC on here and on Twitter. It's been about a month since I made my last video. Well, you know, I started college back in April, and so you know, I've been trying to pay more attention to school than YouTube, but so yeah. I'm about to be going on. We're going to be on like basically like Christmas break or winter break or whatever you want to say. So I don't know. Maybe I'll crank out some stuff then.
Yeah.
But
And
I try to
Rich,
upload weekly, at least something every week, just anything relating to any sort of topic. But usually they're just short little videos.
yeah. Okay. So, as always, happy
thanks.
streams, and
Yeah.
we'll see you in the next one.
Yep. See you on the next one.
Yeah, thanks, CJ.
good night.
Okay, good night.